Hello. Well, so yeah, you may have noticed I've been having some audio issues. I'm wired in again. I've been using this Bluetooth receiver from from well, I've been using this Bluetooth receiver to convert these headphones into Bluetooth headphones, and sometimes it does this thing where it shows up as a hands-free device instead of as headphones. And as a hands-free device, you only get a really crappy, like, telephone bandwidth, like, bullshit, low-quality signal out of it. So I tried disconnecting it and reconnecting it over and over, and it kept coming in as the same thing, and I don't know why, so I've elected to not use it today. Someone says, use MPCHC instead of VLC. I would love to! God damn, I loved that player. But it's Windows only, so, and I don't use Windows anymore. I would absolutely prefer to use that over VLC. VLC, I have always said this, and I'll say it again. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. I think VLC is actually really bad for, like, the amount of people that use it. I think it's actually pretty terrible. Same with Audacity. For the amount of people that use it, I think it's actually pretty terrible. But anyway, whatever. Whatever. 11 kilohertz. Yeah, pretty much. I think it was worse than that. I don't even think it was Lego Island dialogue quality. I think it's literally like telephone bandwidth. What is that? There's like a defined telephone bandwidth. Winamp is also Windows only. I mean, all this stuff runs in Wine, so I guess I could just run it in Wine, but it's never quite as good running in Wine as it is running natively. Bandwidth of an analog telephone is located between the lower limit frequency of 300 and the upper limit frequency of 3400. Yeah, that's pretty much what it sounded like, so that would have been way less than 11 kilohertz. So, this stream is pretty much going to follow on from yesterday's stream. I don't know how many of you were in there, but basically, if you don't know, if you have no background on this whatsoever, I wrote on Patreon, and don't worry, it's not a paid post, anyone can read it. I wrote on Patreon what I did. I've backported .NET to Windows 95, and essentially what I'm doing now is I'm trying to publish it, trying to like figure out, because I did a lot of stuff. You know, I was working on this for a week and a half, and I was just kind of basically throwing shit at the wall and figuring out to see what worked. So I did a lot of things that probably weren't necessary. So what I'm trying to do now is essentially go through what I did and figure out what was and wasn't necessary, so that when I publish it, it only does what it needs to, and that it's traceable, so other people can look at the code and be like, okay, I see what this is doing. So that's what I'm doing. Well, so this project started like a couple weeks ago, and I finished it like last week, but I haven't really packaged it up into something nice yet, something that's usable yet. And when I say finished, it's not finished because there's still some stuff I need to patch, but we're down to like everything is working, but occasionally the C# code still, or the intermediate language code will still like contact Win32 APIs that don't exist. And rather than try and track them all down myself, I figure it makes sense to just put it out there as like an alpha or beta, and to say, and to let people test it, and then they can let me know if they come into any issues like that. Thank you for keeping on doing insane shit like that. It is insane. But hey, it's you guys that let me do it, because, the only reason I could spend a week and a half working on this is thanks to the fact that I have an audience that will watch me do stuff like that, or will support me doing stuff like that. Hey, if you want to support more projects, consider signing up to the Patreon. I'd love to have you, and it really does help. So, I worked on this a little bit off stream, because of course I did. Do I have bags under my eyes? Maybe a little bit, because Because I may have accidentally stayed up until 2 a.m. last night, trying to figure out, like, essentially, if you weren't here, yesterday I ran into a bit of a brick wall where something, I was running into an exception I'd never run into before, and it just didn't make any sense. Like, how could I be running into something new when, like the whole process, I video recorded the whole process. I know at a broad level what I did. Maybe not in detail, but I know at the broad level of what I did. And yeah, so I was kind of blown away that I was running into this exception that I didn't recognize. So I was looking. I did take another look at it last night after I got off stream and I had some dinner, and then I lay down for a little bit, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna try and figure this out. And you know what? I figured it out. And it was the dumbest thing. In fact, the reason why I was looking at this and thinking like, well, I don't know what this is. I have no idea what's going on, and I never remember running into this before. It's because I didn't. It's quite literally something I never ran into before, and it's not something that has anything to do with my patch at all. So, I guess we can just get right into it, unless there's something unless there's some news I should go over, something people should, want me to cover or anything like that. I'll post my requisite Discord announcement. What about Satya Nadella saying cancelling Windows Phone was a mistake? Did he really say that? Hang on, let's, alright, sure, let's look at that. Have I gone to North Korea yet? I'm fairly certain not only can I not go to... Not only have I not been to North Korea, I think I probably can not go to North Korea, because we know at least one person from North Korea has seen the video I made and did not appreciate it. Now, we don't know if that guy is just a citizen or if he's from the government. The fact that he was reaching out to me and telling me to, like, modify or take down the video probably implies that he has some kind of, like, leadership position. And it might just not be the smartest idea. You can go to North Korea but only once. I could go, but I might not leave. That's the problem. I say that as a joke, but also kind of not as a joke. When Matt Casey starts streaming, the day turns from a 10 out of 10 to a 1A. Hey! Programmer joke. Thanks, I really appreciate that. It's like the, oh, I've forgotten the name already. I'm sleep deprived again. I'm always tired. No, I'm not gonna remember it. Alright, let's look at this, what's going on with Microsoft. What's going on with Mega Hard? Giving up a Windows Phone and mobile was a mistake. This will be interesting, because, no shade, but it did seem like there wasn't a lot of market share for Windows Phone. If he was a citizen, he wouldn't have the internet. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was thinking. So, yeah, I don't know. Or it could have been a troll. It obviously could have been a troll from, you know, just some guy in America. But it did come from an email address from a website that did... It was like it claimed to be a North Korean website, so maybe it could be like a real DPRK enthusiast, but I always said this, that it felt like if it was a troll, it would have been more threatening. It would have been like, we're gonna come and find you, or something like that. Instead, it was kind of like, well, we would really appreciate it if you took it down. It sounded like something that someone would say if they were trying, if they were in a leadership position at the DPRK. But anyway. So what does he say? He says, the third chief executive of the software giant to admit the company has made some serious mobile mistakes. Well, yeah, I mean, that's evident. Satya Nadella took over from former CEO Steve Ballmer in 2014, and just over a year later wrote off $7.6 billion related to Microsoft's acquisition of the Nokia phone business. Wild. In an interview with Business Insider, Nadella admitted that Microsoft's exit from the mobile phone business could have been handled better. Asked about a strategic mistake or wrong decision they might regret, Nadella responds, the decision I think a lot of people talk about, and one of the most difficult decisions I made when I became CEO, was our exit of what I'll call the mobile phone as defined then. In retrospect, I think there could have been ways we could have made it work by perhaps inventing the category of computing between PCs and tablets and phones. So what he's saying, I think, is it was true that they had very little market share and not a lot of evident business, but that they still might have been able to do some like innovation and there were opportunities there that they could have taken that they didn't take, and that now they can't take because they've exited the whole industry. I mean, sure. That I don't, without knowing what those like reinventing plans would have been, like I can't really make any further comment, but sure, I could believe it. Would Windows Phone not fail if they were done good and in 2023? I think it's too late now. Like, there's a certain window where, you know, the industry is new enough that you can all jump in, like people can jump in and establish new platforms. But there's a certain point where like the platforms get kind of set in stone and it's too late to add any more. That's kind of what happened to Next, if you know Steve Jobs' second company after Apple. Like they tried to introduce a new platform after Windows and Mac, but like the window had kind of closed. There wasn't any more room for another platform. That's why the Mac, even though it hemorrhaged money throughout the 90s, was able to be saved and come back, was because it already had that foothold from 1984. So yeah, I feel like the Windows Phone even now, unless they did something really, really innovative, like again, that's why I say I can't comment without knowing what he's thinking about here. But unless they did something really, really innovative, I feel like it's unlikely they would have captured a significant market share even if they were good today, just because market share, well, because it's a whole ecosystem you have to create. Yo, Verbeya, thank you so much for the sub. Sorry, I don't have my overlay. How embarrassing. I should probably just have this like all in a script, like I start streaming and start this at the same time. I think there is something you can add to, I think you can add OBS like hooks to do that. But anyway. Yeah, because it's a whole ecosystem. When a platform is also its ecosystem, so you also have to get all the developers to buy in and create like all the apps for your platform, and only then will like the consumer actually buy in and be like, okay, well this does everything I need it to do. So it's a there's a lot of perpetual motion you need on a platform, or what do you call it? Not the opposite of inertia. Like, this is how you can tell I'm tired, is because I can't think of words. I mean, there's quite frequently that I can't, but yeah. As Steve Ballmer once said, developers. Yeah, well, actually, that's kind of true in this. That's kind of what I'm talking about. That like you can have a great platform, but at the end of the day, when it comes to like, the thing is, we're all kind of like technologically inclined, so we're all interested in trying new things. But the average person doesn't use their computer to use the computer. They just use it to get something done, and so as long as it gets that done, and it's the most convenient way to do it, then that's usually the way that wins. And so if you have a platform, if you're trying to launch a platform, then yeah, you need you need the whole ecosystem around it, which doesn't include developers, in order to get the consumer to buy into it. So yeah. Do you think Intel could enter the smartphone chip market? Sure. Because ARM is an open standard, I believe. And I think any phone is free to use whatever ARM CPU they want. So I think there wouldn't be any issue. It would just be about providing, like, assuming it would be fully compatible, it would just be about providing OEMs with the, you know, with the functionality at the right cost. That's usually, when it comes to parts like that, then sure, yeah, I think that could work. It's a paid-for standard. Interesting. Well, still, you can like license it, right? Whereas it's like Intel kind of tried to lock that down as much as they could. I know they couldn't do it in all situations, but they tried as much as they could. Yeah, oh yeah, the Intel Atom, I forgot about that. The real question is still, when is like Windows going to actually release a real version of ARM? I know that Windows is on ARM, but not really. Like, Windows doesn't have like an official release of ARM. You can get it on Windows Insider, and I think some like maybe tablets or some ARM laptops might ship with it, but like it's not. You can't go to the store and buy Windows 11 for ARM. I don't know what's up with that. And now, like, Windows for ARM is better than it used to be, and it got a lot of flack early on, but it's better than it used to be because you can now. They have like a full, I think, x86 emulation in there. I remember I played on my M1 Mac Mini, which I have in a shelf somewhere. I ran Windows through Parallels, which is the Windows ARM version of Windows through Parallels, and then on Windows I ran Hydro Thunder. I think I also was running Hydro Thunder through like DXVK or something, or like DG Voodoo and DXVK. So it was like there was mountains of like layers of translation going on, but it actually, you know, it was pretty performant. I mean, it's an old 30 FPS, you know, 1999 game, but like, you know, it wasn't slow. It could do it. Yeah. ARM 1. Jesus. Windows is on ARM, however, it's locked due to an exclusivity contract with Qualcomm. I've heard that too, but I've also heard people say that like they don't believe that. So I remember the article you're talking about, Windows Qualcomm exclusivity. This, I believe, is a rumor. It's a compelling rumor. Yeah, it's reportedly, well, actually, yeah, reportedly has an exclusivity deal. So I don't know if we actually know that for sure, but it was widely reported that they might or probably do. But then it said it's ending soon, and this was 2021. This was almost 2 years ago, and nothing has changed. Yeah, the article is from 2 years ago. That's another uncertainty. It's still a developer preview. They have their own Mac Mini clone for purchase. Do they actually? For running Windows? Wild. I haven't heard about that. Yeah, so this is like reportedly, because I remember there's an article on Mac Rumors that says, yeah, that yeah, according to XDA developers, ARM-based Windows has only been made available on devices with Qualcomm SoCs because of a previously unknown deal with two companies. Two people familiar with the deal told. So yeah, again, this is kind of like a little sketchy that it's just like two people familiar with the deal, like who? But like, I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that like there are people that think it's true and people that think it's not true. But I do know that like Craig Federighi, who's the like software lead at Apple, he even said something like, yeah, he said that like native Windows on M1 is up to Microsoft. Like, as far as Apple is concerned, the ball is in Microsoft's court. As in, they're not saying no, essentially. So as for Windows running natively on the machine, that's really up to Microsoft, he said. We have the core technologies for them to do that, to run their ARM version of Windows, which in turn, of course, supports x86 user mode applications, but that's a decision Microsoft has to make to bring to license that technology for use to run on these Macs, but the Macs are certainly very capable of it. So, like, the way that's worded sounds like Apple is... I don't know how much Apple would, like, cooperate in getting Windows to run on the M1, but what they're kind of saying is that, like, they're perfectly open to it, I suppose. So it does imply, I mean, so it would make sense if they had some kind of agreement that meant they couldn't. Like Microsoft had some kind of agreement that they couldn't. But yeah, like I said, the only evidence we have of this is this quote unquote 2 people familiar with the deal, and like maybe it goes into more detail in the actual article. Qualcomm actually has an exclusivity. Okay, well. And speaking with people familiar with it. So again, it's a very vague kind of like people familiar with it. Unless there's something later on in the article. Microsoft for a long time was stuck because they had an agreement with Qualcomm that limited putting Windows on ARM SoC. Oh, we're looking into that at the moment. Asahi Linux had to do a ton of reverse engineering, super impressive work, but work Microsoft is unlikely to want to do. I don't know if I'd necessarily say that. Microsoft, their MO historically has been to have Windows on as many platforms as possible. So I don't know if I'd necessarily say they wouldn't, but it's hard to say what they would think because they haven't made any like public statement about it. Remember how I ran Windows ME on an iMac? Well, Windows 98 native on M1, make it happen. I think that would require, like, decompiling Windows 98 and porting it to ARM. So I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Come on, Matt, do it. You know, it's a good point. I'll just decompile the entirety of Windows 98. Yeah, I mean, there is certainly an argument that... Boot camp on Macs is a very attractive feature for Windows users on Mac, and I'm sure Apple would love that for their silicon-based computers. Yeah, that always was like... I know that was kind of a selling point for Macs back in the day. It was like, you buy one computer and it runs everything, in theory. Which, you know, you could also do the same if you Hackintoshed your laptop, but, you know, we won't talk about that. Let's just stay in the realm of following everyone's end-user license agreements. Then yes, if you bought the Mac, then in theory you had a platform that ran everything pretty well. And it's kind of unfortunate that it's not like that anymore. Yeah, but it is certainly true that, like, Microsoft wasn't really involved in the process of getting Windows on the Mac, on the Intel Mac. That just kind of happened because it was close enough to a Intel PC that, like, it just kind of worked out that way. But I mean, if Microsoft has this, like, exclusivity with Qualcomm, then it's like... It seems like they are kind of... There's an argument that they might be, like, tailoring Windows to certain pieces of hardware. Yeah, but anyway, so as far as we know, they might have an exclusivity agreement with Qualcomm. If we believe this, like, vague wording of, like, we've talked to people familiar with it, then sure, they might have an exclusivity agreement. Then it might be ending soon, but they said this over almost 2 years ago, so who knows? It's very yeah, no one's making any public comment apart from Craig Federighi saying, well, we'd be down. But yeah, otherwise Microsoft hasn't said anything. Do you think Surface has an effect on M1 compatibility? I have heard that argument that people saying that, like, well, Microsoft is technically a hardware vendor now too. They weren't always a hardware vendor, and they might be, you know, they might see, you know, the the MacBooks as competition. Though I don't know if I'd necessarily go with that either, because, you know, they're already on a bunch of OEMs. It's not like well, with that, by that argument, then, you know, these Qualcomm tablets, Dell laptops, and like Lenovo laptops, they're all also competition. So it's kind of like, I feel like that's not necessarily a reason for them not to do it. I can certainly see, yeah, I don't know, because I remember stories of, like, you know, back in, I wonder if I can find this online. This is a very different Microsoft. This was back in the 90s. No, this isn't the excerpt I'm talking about. Obviously, this is a very different Microsoft, but there was a point where, you know, when Apple was doing really poorly in like 1996, where they were like looking for vendors who could make a new operating system for them. They ended up going with Next and Next Step, but Microsoft was one of those vendors, and Bill Gates was reportedly, quite enthusiastic about getting Windows NT on the Mac back then. Obviously, like I said, this is the 90s, it's a very different Microsoft, but like, that's why I say historically their MO was to be like, yes, we will get your software on our software on your hardware. But maybe it's not, you know, Bill Gates isn't even really involved in Microsoft anymore, so yeah, I mean, this is all speculation. It's hard to really know. I don't think Dell is competition to Microsoft. Surfaces are way higher end. Well, Dell has higher end laptops. They have like XPSs that are probably, you could argue a competition to the Surface. But yeah, I mean, I know what you mean in general. But I still think that, like, there are upper class Windows laptops that would be just as much competition. Yeah, I've heard that Dell's high-end laptops are super nice. I've never owned one, but like, I do hear a lot of good things about them. So if it's like the Windows Mac, it is, but like, Microsoft is still primarily, I think, well, actually, now people argue that Microsoft is primarily a services company because of stuff like Azure, but like, Microsoft is more of a software company than Apple is. Microsoft, in theory, makes money off the sales of software. Apple doesn't really make money off the sales of software. I mean, they make a little bit, but they mostly make money off hardware. Yeah. I'm sort of glad NT never did get put on the Mac. Windows 11 is pretty cruddy. Yeah, I mean, that would be a very different world. I mean, the Mac would probably, just eventually become a PC compatible. Like, it would probably just be, at a certain point, if you're running Windows NT, then why even bother having, like, you're running like PowerPC? I mean, maybe you can argue it's more powerful, but like, I feel like at that point they'd just be inclined to make PC compatible. So yeah, it probably would have killed the Mac as like a separate platform. Do you think ARM will eventually dominate and x86 will die? I really don't know. I mean, ARM is now, like, Apple has put ARM in a workstation in the new Mac Pro, and I hear good things about it. What is it? Not an M1, I assume. It's something else. I mean, I'm gonna say, it's possible, but I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't happen, because there's just so much infrastructure built around x86. Like, the Apple can do things like this because they're one company. They do everything internally, so it's easy. You know, it's the difference between, like, it's needlessly political. It's the difference between like a one-party state versus democracy. A one-party state will probably be able to get, like, it'll be a little bit more dictatorship-y, but they'll probably be able to get stuff done quicker because they don't have to, like, make sure everyone agrees on things. They can just kind of just do whatever they want. Whereas in democracy, which is kind of more like the PC industry, which involves so many different companies, so many different players, everyone kind of has to agree on the same thing for it to kind of become a standard. At least to an extent, they have to all agree with it. So I would say it could happen, but yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if ARM stuck to like. I could see maybe laptops would switch over to ARM over time. And then maybe that could trickle up into desktop PCs, but I think I think that would happen very slowly, like maybe over the course of 10 years or so. Yeah. So I mean, I think technologically ARM may be superior, but it's just so hard to like implement this. It's so hard to make. You know, it's the PC industry is this huge machine with many moving parts, and it's hard to get all of it shifted over. It could happen, certainly, but yeah. Yeah, Arch migration is easy when you control your ecosystem. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it helps that Windows has like a x86 emulator now. Like, there's virtually, in my limited experience, everything that I tried to run on Windows, or like old stuff that I tried to run on ARM Windows seemed to work. So that, you know, when you're at that point, it's kind of like, well, the hardware doesn't matter anymore. As long as you can, again, as long as the user can get what they need done, that's mostly what most people care about. So at that point, yeah, the average person might not care about, or might be able to get an ARM computer and not care about any of the implications. Yeah, but I just think it was. I think it could happen. If it does happen, it'll be very slow, and it may never happen at all if it doesn't pose enough of an improvement. Yeah. A large part of the reason Apple Silicon seems so impressive is that it is compared to older Intel Macs with 40. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. The Intel chips in the old MacBooks were pretty crappy. Like, it used to be a joke that's like, well, you know, these Intel chips, you know, the chip in the Mac Pro, I think, was like, yeah, they had the same, they were selling the same CPU for like 6 years. This, I don't think this ever got a spec bump, the late 2013 Mac Pro. I don't think it ever got a spec bump. So yeah, it was kind of a joke that the chips in the Intel chips in the Macs were pretty crappy. So yeah. The trash can. You know what? I have a bit of a soft spot for the trash can. I don't think it should have been a Mac Pro. I think this should have been like in the same space as like the G4 Cube, like somewhere in between. Well, actually, the G4 Cube, they also made a mistake with like the marketing of that, because it should have been positioned as like something between the Mac Mini and the Mac Pro. It probably shouldn't have been the Mac Pro, because people just, you know, the Mac Pro users want the tower. They want to be able to like mess around with it and add stuff in. And I know that you could add. You couldn't add cards to the trash can, could you? You had to do them all externally through Thunderbolt, right? Is that true? So yeah, I think I have a soft spot for it design-wise, but I do think it shouldn't have been the Mac Pro. I think it should have been a separate line. I think there probably is, like, what do you call them? Like mid-towers. There probably is a market for someone that wants something a little more, like a Mac Mini with graphics. I guess that's kind of what they did with the Mac Studio, right? So I feel like this could have been the Mac Studio today, but in 2013, somewhere in between the Mini and the Pro. But yeah, I think it was a mistake to make it the Pro. I've heard of x86S. If so, what do I think of it? I don't know. I don't believe I have. No, I don't know anything about this, so I have no thoughts. Yeah, and they sold it for way too long. Like, that was the other problem, is that this was the pro computer for 6 years, and they never spec bumped it, I don't think. Like, yeah, look at all these. These are the same Mac Pro, but they kept spec bumping it. I don't think they were selling these same chips for six years, almost the entire decade. Well, no, not the entire. Most of the decade. More than half of that decade, they were selling the same chip. Anyway. Wish they didn't put a Xeon in it. Apparently that caused huge problems, like a top-of-the-line i7 at the time, which they used those for the trash can. Interesting. I haven't heard about that. I mean, the Xeon is what they use, obviously, in most of these Mac Pros because I guess because like it supports ECC RAM and you can get a bunch of cores in them and shit like that. It's like a slightly it's more of a workstation CPU, but yeah, I mean the average person. That's why I say it should have been positioned somewhere between. The average person would have been perfectly fine with an i7 in here. How do I feel about the argument Mac is better for pros? I feel like that used to be the case. I feel like, and maybe they're kind of clawing it back. I think throughout the 2010s. Largely because of this debacle, I think they kind of lost a lot of faith with the pro audience. I know people personally who are like, you know, they had one of these, a 2012 Mac Pro, and they were, you know, devout like Logic Pro user, but because, you know, for years there was nothing that appealed to them here, they were just like, well, I think I'm going to switch to Windows and learn Cubase instead. Like, imagine that. They were in the Apple ecosystem, Apple Computer, Apple OS, Apple software, and, you know, somehow the people like that feel alienated, and they end up switching everything, the hardware, the OS, the application they use, just because, yeah, they kind of fumbled the ball a little bit. And, you know, like I said, they might be kind of clawing that back a little bit now, but I think there are a lot of pros that did end up feeling, throughout the 2010s, started to feel a little bit alienated by Apple. I don't know how they feel now, but yeah, for a while, I think that was the case. Why am I looking at Mac Pros? We kind of went down a rabbit hole of like, Windows, where is Windows ARM, like a public release of it, or like a formal release of Windows for ARM? Is this Qualcomm exclusivity agreement real? Apple seems willing to get Windows on the M1 if Microsoft was willing to, which they seem not to be. And someone asked, what do I think of, or do I think ARM is going to overtake x86? So I started talking about the ARM version of the Mac Pro. It just kind of fell into this. that's how these streams work sometimes. Even I used to work on custom Mac Pros, 90% of trash cans we had that died on us were due to upgraded GPU options cooking themselves. Bruh. Yeah, that sounds about right. I almost feel like you know how people like to mod the G4 Cube and like put modern hardware in it? I almost feel like I'd be interested in doing something like that with the trash can. I feel I kind of like the trash can design-wise, even though it is definitely a trash can. But yeah, I feel like what lets it down is the internals that they let sit around for like 6 years straight. I feel like otherwise it could be it could have been quite interesting, but yeah. What should one do if one has no idea what you're talking about? I don't know. Even I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time. I would really love... How much are G4 cubes nowadays? I actually really like these things, but I've never owned one. I know they're expensive though, because like, they're quite literally like a... what would you call it? The people treat them like a piece of art. Like they just they put them on a shelf and they polish it really carefully. It's quite literally the 250. I mean, I grimace, but at the same time, that's about what I spent on my Philips CDI, and it's a Philips CDI, so yeah. I mean, what is it? 180? That's not too bad. No cable. Oh, but it's fucked up though. It's fucked up. Did you guys see that? Is there a better photo of that? Oh, that's so awful. Look at that. Why would you ever buy like a G4 cube where half of it was cracked off? Yeah, no, don't love that. Yeah, okay, so not even. I'm not gonna say that's worth 175. Not unless you could somehow like redo it. Like maybe if someone knew acrylic really well, they could reproduce this outer shell, maybe. Yeah, but I don't know. Isn't acrylic expensive as well? I feel like when I've ever looked up acrylic, it too is like a couple $100 to get some. Yo, Deskippy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it.
An apple is too much in a good condition.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's what I figured. Damn. But I do like these things. I would do something like that. I would get a G4 Cube and I would put like the internals from an M1 Mac Mini in it. And I'd be like, yeah, based. I can use this like a real computer, a modern computer. But then the thing is, if you get something like that, you'll want it to be as like clean and pristine as possible, because you're only getting it for the case. You're not getting it for the computing power inside. And at that point, you're going to be spending a lot of money because you're trying to get like the nicest possible version of something that a lot of people agree is quite nice. This isn't bad. I mean, it's $500, but at least it's in good condition. At least nothing's been cracked off of it. Build a mini ITX sleeper. Yeah, I mean, that's a similar sort of deal. I'd definitely do it, but I don't know if I'd spend $500 to do it. Active Retro did a great cube build. Hell yeah. Yeah, if I was willing to actually buy like a decent quality one of these, I would certainly do something like that. But I don't know if I would. I don't know if I'd spend that much money on something like this. I guess if I made a video about it, it would probably be like, you could argue that I would make the money back. I guess it depends on how well the video does, right? Like how many people are interested in something like this. Anyway, Windows 98 on the G4 Cube. Oh god. Well, you could kind of do that. You could run Virtual PC on it. I bet, like, I know it's not the same thing. All right, I need to go take a piss real quick, but I'll be back real quick. I don't know. I'll just leave it. I won't even bother switching to the BRB screen. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Yo. Did I flush? What do you think? I'm some kind of... Do you look at this face and think I'm an unflusher? Like, seriously. Do I look like a non-flusher to you? Have I washed my hands? Yes, I washed my hands. They're mostly dry. They're still... No, they're fine, they're fine. Okay. You know what I was thinking of? I just had a piss thought, which was... do you guys remember those old Windows 98? I mean, technically, I guess they were 95 plus, but those 98 screensavers, those things were my jam back in the day. Again, like, it's kind of what I grew up with, was the screensavers, the Delphi 4 Lego Island. Did I drink it? I'm not even gonna answer that. Go on. Yeah, so what I was thinking was, maybe when I go BRB, because I have this BRB screen, but it's kind of like it's kind of the same as my end screen, and it's kind of like, well, I feel like I kind of rather keep it on the main screen when I BRB, but it would be nice to have something that kind of shows that it's that I'm like coming back. And I was thinking maybe it would be interesting to like reproduce one of those, you know, one of those 98 screensavers where, hang on, let me actually boot up Windows 98 real quick so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Hang on. Which one is this? I've got too many windows. Apparently it's none of these, so... Okay, that's my 95 one. Alright, so... Yeah, okay, so here's Windows 98. Here's one I prepared earlier. And this is running in a slightly nicer virtual machine that's a little bit more accurate, because I wanted to get the right... I wanted to get the right performance, because you need to see, like, the problem is these, much like Lego Island's turn speed, run too quickly on modern CPUs, but you have to see them in context. Stuff like not space, I meant science. Yeah, like this had a screensaver that would do this. It was like bulge around the screen. or this one. Maybe I should be applying these so you guys can see it even better. Yeah, this is the really gaudy one that I used in the installing a virus on Windows 98 video. But yeah, this has this like swirl. You really get to feel like you're taking LSD in the 60s. It's great. I'm just wondering what it would be like to try and implement one of these on my stream. That could be kind of interesting. Quite the attractive effect. I'm already feeling like the only thing is I'm already feeling like if I had a bulge effect like this, and I walk into the room and like that that ends up covering like this, everyone's gonna be like, oh wow, Matt's really fat actually. And I'll be like, shit, I've foiled myself again, I played myself again. If I had a bulge. Damn it! Freudian slip. Alright, anyway. Bulge in my pants for implementing some screensavers. Because technically this would just be a shader. You could just do this in GLSL nowadays, I'm sure. That's got one big boob. Finally! What I've always wanted! At least one, if not two big boobs. I remember the Mercury pool screensaver from XP Plus. I never really had XP Plus. I did install it once, like years ago, just to play around with it. But I don't really have any memories from XP Plus. I don't remember much from it. What else did we have in here? I literally did. This would be my computer time. I would just go through these and like apply them and just like look at them and like go through all the cursors and shit like that. Like this felt really like cool to me back in the day. I still say this to this day that like these some of these icons, I used to get really into making icons. I was trying to get really into making icons. The problem is I was like 7 years old and I wasn't a very good artist. But like I still look at some of these and I'm just like, these are really, some of these icons are really impressive because like if you think about it, it's basically pixel art, right? You're trying to, you have a lot more colors than you did on the Game Boy, obviously, but otherwise you're trying to get these like 3D images. I mean, some of these are just photos actually, so those don't really count, but a lot of these, like you're trying to draw these 3D images into these tiny 32 by 32 icons. I feel like that's actually kind of impressive, and that was something I tried to do and royally failed at because I was so shitty at art back then. You know, I was still at the level of drawing stick figures, right? Peak Windows theme era. Well, we don't really even have Windows themed anymore. We just have like accent colors in Windows 10. Yeah, like this stuff, or the fact that someone animated a ping pong bat. That's cool. Like Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this doesn't get enough credit. I think that's really cool. Or the fact that this like arrow cursor is like it's 3-dimensional. How did they do it? You know, that was me as I was a 7-year-old kid. I was like, how did they make that 3-dimensional with pixels? Holy shit! Anyway, yeah. So that was. I still think this is kind of cool. What do we got here, screensaver wise? I will say, screensavers are nostalgic to me, but I absolutely feel like in my old age, I've become someone. Well, actually, no, not even in my old age. I did this when I was like a teenager too. I turn off all the sounds on my computer. I did that, you know, in the Windows 7, in Windows 10. I do it in Linux. Did I do it? I wonder if I did it on the Mac, because the Mac only has one notification sound. But I would turn off all the sounds, and I kind of feel like I don't know if I would appreciate my my computer making all these sounds. Like, what's the startup sound? It's like, I guess it's not so bad, but like I don't know if I don't know if this is all necessary, right? Can we play solitaire? We certainly can. I do like this emulator. This is PCM, by the way. What I like about it is that, so sometimes you want Windows 98 to run really quickly, and then you probably want to use something like VMware or KVM or VirtualBox, but then sometimes you want it to run like it's actually running on a Pentium MMX from the era. And this, honestly, yeah, genuine Pentium from the era. And this is the first time I feel like I felt like this is what it was like as a kid. This is actually what I felt like, what it felt like to use it, as opposed to like, oh, it's running a bit too fast because it's actually on an i7. But like, yeah, just the way this loads and all the speed of this is like exactly right. You know, pulse stretch, like Windows startup sounds. Yeah, I've used pulse stretch before. I used to do some like wacky stuff in it. In fact, I think that's what I used. So at the start of my Ultimate Windows 98 PC video, there's the Windows 98 startup sound, and it's like extended out to be like ethereal as I'm introducing like some of the bits of the case. I think I used pulse stretch there. Yeah. Oh yeah, Windows 98 Plus. I've played around with 98 Plus, but I have to be honest with you, I feel like the themes in 95 Plus were better. I assume that they were done by like completely different teams at completely different times, but I feel like maybe it's just nostalgia talking. I feel like these were more classic somehow. It's even more impressive when you use the pointer trails. True. How could I forget? I loved these things. Yes. Ah. Computing. I don't think computing has ever gotten better than this. I feel like this is peak. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite this good or impressive. Here's a fun fact about Lego Island. Lego Island, one of the few things it does on startup is it actually specifically disables pointer trails. Because I guess they felt like, oh, that would be a bit distracting in our video game. So yeah, it's kind of funny. Actually, I think quite a few games might have done that. It might have been like, oh, actually, I remember I found a DirectX, in the DirectX 5 SDK, there's like an example app. And I found, after decompiling the Lego Island front-end app, isle.exe, I remember finding there's a lot of crossover between the two. So I actually think Lego Island's app was derived from a DirectX example app. I think that's why it does that. I don't think Mindscape themselves were like, fuck these pointer trails. I actually think they did it just because this DirectX example did. Anyway, sorry, I'm just mesmerized. Anyway. I'd fucked around with some 486 era laptops with early color LCD screens and the refresh. Oh yeah, you'd get trails for free basically. That sounds about right. Yeah, those early LCDs are very slow. I mean, even on the original Game Boy, they're kind of like that. I have, hang on. If only my wireless adapter was working. I have these two, as you've seen in my videos, I have these two Game Boy Pockets. And one of them, I replaced the screen because the screen was broken, and this is the original screen. And you really can tell a big difference, even without the backlight. The backlight is obviously really helpful, but you can really see how LCD technology has improved over the years. Because, yeah, this one, the replaced LCD, it's so much sharper, so much clearer, and, you know, response time is so much better, and this is just a little bit. This still has a contrast knob. That's how old the LCD is in here. So yeah, passive matrix, exactly. Yeah, you got it. I think that the Game Boy Color had an active matrix screen, so it was better, better technology, but it still didn't have the backlight. So yeah. Pointer trails honestly only exist due to LCD panels. Is that actually true? I thought it was, I heard it was like an accessibility thing, like maybe people who couldn't see the cursor very well. Of course, I just did this with it the whole time. I just played around, just fucked around and had a good time, honestly. Fucked around and didn't find out. Anyway, so yeah. Good times. Classic Windows 98 memories. Do I actually have Lego Island installed on here? Oh yeah, and it makes sounds whenever a menu opens. It makes ping pong sounds. Yeah, I don't know if I as an adult, I don't think I would appreciate that at all. I think I would be like, turn that fucking shit off. But I do think, I always say that this is like a running theme of my channel / stream at this point. It's like, remember when software used to have personality? Like, remember when every game console like jump scared you? Like the GameCube, the Xbox, and the PS2, they were all like scary. All the startup screens are all scary. Not anymore. Everything's normal now. Everything's minimalistic. And you know what? It's a damn shame. What have we lost over the years? You know. Yeah, I have to confess, when I was a kid, you know what I thought this was? I thought this was a bunch of arms on fire, like decapitated arms on fire. I genuinely didn't know what this was trying to be. Anyway, remember when software had attitude? .NET support for Lego Island? No, but .NET support for this, which is a modding tool I made for Lego Island. Oh, look at this authentic loading screen, loading time. In fact, I might have fucked around with this install. I don't know if it'll load at all. We'll see. Looks like arms to me. Wood doesn't look like arms. That's what I'm saying. There it is. Oh yeah, I feel like I did install. No, I think actually it was a different virtual disk. I installed Lego Island on here, and this virtual machine is really good at emulating the original CPU speed. So you actually, again, I got an authentic like 12 FPS out of it. Again, this is like, ordinarily when you want a virtual machine, you want something that like just works quickly and like, you know, uses minimal resources. But I really have to say, it is kind of special to see that, to see the software run the way I remember it running. It's a weird thing. I never would have thought about it until I used this VM, that like just the slowness was actually part of the nostalgia. I never would have thought about it that way. But yeah. Wait. When I had the ping pong paddle, was that trailed as well? Oh, it does. Yeah, it is. We have paddle trails as well. Anyway. I'd love to know who made these. Like, were there people working at Microsoft who made these, or did they contract people? Like, do they have to contract an outside company to make all these themes and all these icons and all these sounds? Like, that was another thing. Like, how exactly? When I was a kid, I used to think, like, how the hell do you get this sound? Sorry, you might not have been able to hear that over the music, actually. Let me pause the music. Like, how do you make this sound? Now, as an adult, I'm like, okay, well, it's probably actually a bunch of stock sounds that they just meshed together. But, like, still, I'd be curious to know the people who made these, who dreamt these all up. Yeah. I kind of wonder, how do those pointer trails work? Because the pointer itself is a hardware overlay layer. This is why it works on those H2X. It's an interesting question. Because they're clearly just... You can kind of see that it's... they're like freezing them in place per frame, I think. But I don't know if it's a hardware or if it's a software thing. Or like, I don't know how they're doing it. I just know that you can see that, like, just as you move the cursor around, the next frame cursor appears and then the last frame cursor disappears, and they just kind of hold on to it for a couple frames. You think, okay, just don't clear that area of screen, but on Windows there's no buffering there, so where does it go when they get rid of the cursor? I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question. Who drew this fish, for example? Like, what am I even looking at? I'll be honest. What fish is this? Is that its eye? I always thought this was its eye, but actually I think this is its eye, and this is a fin. That makes a lot more sense. I thought it was really derpy, and it had two eyes. It was just like, but no, I think that's its eye, and that's its fin. See, look, great news. I'm better at recognizing these things than I was when I was 7 years old. I'm glad I've progressed somewhat since then. Finding demo. Yeah, pretty much. Cursor tracing is definitely at least a frame per second. You can also shorten them, like... Does this work on Windows 98? No, it doesn't. You can definitely... Hang on, let's get the music back on. You can shorten them. I assume it's just like how this determines how many frames they hold on to it for. This is probably only one frame because you can barely even see the trail, and then this is several. It seems more than 6, but yeah. I mean, if you watch this in slow motion, you can probably see exactly how the trail is working. But it still doesn't answer how it's being made. Times like these, I wish I had the XP source code on hand. I mean, what? I've never even touched an XP source code. I don't know what you're talking about. Not exactly know. As far as I know, hardware only provided a super simple cursor over that would be flat only, so I reckon they just drew the cursor using CPU or at least blit acceleration. This is totally outside of my knowledge. I have no idea. I have no background knowledge here, so I'll let you guys debate it because I have no idea. Does XP still have the pointer trails? Can you still do that? Yo! 300 bits!
Gear 100, Gear 100, Gear 100. Hey Matt, just wanted to say thanks for pointing me out to use epoxy in your headphone video. I used it to fix a jammed-in controller port in my sad PS2, which I bought off of Jimmy. The bracket that held the screw broke off, so I used the epoxy. Worked flawlessly. And yes, it indeed smells like absolute balls, rotten fish mo.
True! Hey, I'm glad you fixed something with it. I try to, yeah, every time I find like cracked plastic or something like that, it's a great thing to try. And yeah, these are the headphones I'm using right now. This is the same plug. I've been using it for over 2 years now, no problem. Unplugging and plugging stuff in. Pretty good stuff, yeah. Guess each window is unbuffered, but the screen itself might have been. Yeah, again, I have no knowledge, no background on this. Look at this gold cursor! Isn't that cool? Sorry, I'm just reliving my what would you call it? 7-year-old fantasies. All right. Oh, remember this screen? God damn. Okay, back to whatever the hell we were doing before. It's really cool! Guys! Don't you agree how cool it is? Oh god, anyway. Yeah, maybe by the time of Windows 95, maybe it was a software cursor. Or maybe it could do both. I think Mac OS can do either, but I don't remember. Was that Abomination? Excuse you, you better not be talking about the Power Mac G4 Cube, one of the nicest computers ever made, and also one of the most expensive failures ever made. Yeah. Pretty sure it's still a hardware curse to this day in some cases. I think that's why pointer shadows aren't enabled in Windows 10. You can enable them, but yeah, maybe. Again, I have no knowledge, no background knowledge about this. Well, shall we get to .NET? Have we done enough intro? I do like going over this stuff with you guys. I know it seems so chaotic that we jump from like Windows Phone to ARM to Mac Pros to G4 Cubes to Windows 98 to screensavers, but I actually really like these rabbit holes, these deep dives. Intro. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's not really the right word for it. I would call it like I actually don't know. I don't even know what I would call it. Maybe like catch up. Yeah, but that's what I like about these streams. Hell yeah, it's always, yeah, I always enjoy just kind of going over stuff with you guys. Hardware cursor overlay planes are still a thing and used in modern Linux. I feel like there must be like a software fallback though. But again, I have no idea. Okay, I'm not. Don't want us to be spreading any misinformation. Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. How much sleep do you get? Feel well rested for this? No, actually, I was up. Because I got off stream. I ate some dinner. I lay down for a little bit, and then in a true me fashion, I was like, you know what? I can figure this out. So I got back onto the computer. I was up until like 2 a.m. last night, trying to see if I could find the answer. That's why I think I have some like mild eye bags. I think that's because I'm. I stayed up till 2 a.m. trying to figure it out. Classic Matt KC stream, 1 hour and the stream title is long. Do I look like I have time to update the stream title? I could have put something like, well, the problem is the subject changes so much. It's like, first we were talking about, yeah, we jumped around so much. What I need to do, oh yeah, this came up during the Shrekathon. We need like a, my bot doesn't have exclamation point title. I need to add that in so the mods can like follow me around and be like, all right, now we're talking about this, now we're talking about this, now we're talking about this. Yeah. Let's get some venture capital, AI to set the title based on your speech. I mean, that's not a bad idea. The only problem is, every now and then I say something like, and this PS2, someone come in it. Someone cummed in it or something. And then the AI might pick up on that and be like, someone cummed in the PS2. But now that I think about it, actually that's a pretty good clickbait title. Oh no, someone found the mouse trail code. Honestly, based. I might have to look at that later on. But yeah, maybe not a good idea to have in the chat. Mouse trails are not implemented on NT. Sorry, I just read that out. Sorry, I just read out a piece of Windows XP source. Never mind. Ignore that. I need to mod chip a Sega Saturn. Specifically, this Sega Saturn. You're right, I do. How long have I been promising that for? Since January? 9 months? We could have collectively made a baby in the time that it took me to not mod chip this. Oh, it still has my mixtape in it that I made on stream. Isn't there an optical drive emulator for the Saturn now? An ODE? Hang on. Let's Google. Sega Saturn ODE. Yeah! How does this work? Oh, wow! It actually is an optical drive emulator. I recognize these. This is the ribbon cable for the optical drive. This is also what's used in the mod chips. Hang on, I probably have one on hand, real quick. Yes. So basically the way Saturn mod chips work is they just literally sit between the Saturn CD drive and the motherboard, and you plug the CD drive in, and then you plug this into the board. Simple as that. And then I think you need to solder a wire to the power supply to get like 5 volts or something, but that's it. It's a really, really easy mod chip. So I guess this does something similar, because look, you got these same ribbon cable things. Peak security, true! Yeah, I mean, even the PS1 mod chip was harder than this, because you had to solder in like 4 or 5 wires, I think. Whereas this was 1 wire, and it was just a power wire to a point on the power supply, not surface mount soldering. 139, that's a lot. It's a fair bit, but like, that's usually what these things cost. Like, the PS1 X Station, I think, costs about the same. Yeah, 120. Though apparently this one's selling for 100. The GameCube, I think it's called the GC Loader. That's like 80 or 90? Yeah, 80. So yeah, it's expensive, but that's just what these things cost. You pay for the convenience. Like, it's always going to be cheaper to buy, you know, the mod chip and a stack of blank CDs, but you don't get nearly as much convenience out of it. And your drive will probably break one day. That's what they tend to do, so at some point you might have to replace it anyway. Doesn't the ODE for the Saturn have different models for different revisions of the system? That rings a bell. 20 or 21 pin. 20 pin drives with the motherboard revisions VA. Oh god, I have to figure out what that is. Oh, is it out of stock? Oh, you have to get notified when it comes back in stock. Is this the only one? Is it? I feel like there's another that I heard about. Is it the Phoebe? What's that? Oh yeah, there are more. Wild. Okay. So there's quite a few of them, it seems like. Alright, well, fair enough. How exactly does an ODE work? Optical drive emulator. It's pretty much what it sounds like. It emulates an optical drive. So as far as the board is concerned, the ODE, or this thing, acts like an optical drive and sends it signals as if it had a CD in it. But what it actually has, well, the software that it actually sends back from the fake CD is some kind of loader that can read games off the load and boot games off the SD card. That's usually how it works. Yo!
Tier 100, any plans to try H2 Overdrive today since it didn't happen the other day?
I'll let you know. Well, so I'm thinking the answer is yes, if I can get the .NET stuff done. Which I think I will be able to. Yeah, but if we have time at the end of the stream, absolutely. That's what I think. Thanks for the 100 bits. One of my 2 PS2 SCPH 90004s came out of the box mod chip. The mod chip is called the High Tiger 3. I've never heard of this. Wait, is this you? With your 9004 and High Tiger 3? No, not Thai 3 Tasmanian Tour. What's this? There you go. I shouldn't be just clicking on random Google Drive links, probably. Love the part where he released the .NET patch. It's gonna happen, okay? I'm gonna release it. It's not, look, it's not like it's fake. It's not like it's a fake patch. It's not vaporware. It exists. I just haven't put it together yet. Weird. Yeah, no one knows what this is, apparently. Mod chip. AliExpress version is High Panda. Okay, I mean, why did the panda find some opium? What? Anyway. Is this it? It's the only thing that looks vaguely like electronics. No, this is definitely something else. Weird. Anyway. Scam KC. I'm not Scam KC. I said it's gonna happen. It's in the title. It says actually and for real this time, alright? I can't go back on that, alright? He fell for it. Yeah, I fell for it. My bad. Half-Life 3. Yeah, me and Gabe, we have a deal that when he releases Half-Life 3, I'll release the .NET patch. I have a bunch of these. Which, these are just a clone of the old Matrix Infinity chips. So yeah, these are already like a Chinese copy of something else. Here's a question. So these are infamously 20-wire mod chips, but like, oh, only 18? 18 plus 2. Wait, maybe there are just enough. I'm wondering, has anyone ever like re-implemented a PS2 mod chip on an Arduino before? I feel like that'll be fun. What do we got? We got 8, 9, 10, 18. So where are the plus 2 come from? Would it be fast enough? I don't know. I don't know what speed is required. It's an 8-bit MCU. I think it is. Oh, it's an Atmega 32 U4. So what is that? It's 8-bit. Ask Gabe when TF2 will get a real major update for the TF2 community. Oh yeah, I'll be sure to call up my good friend Gabe and give him and ask him. You can't lie on. What, do you think people just go on the internet and lie? Why would you think that? Oh, the mod chip, right? This, I don't know. This might be like a custom chip. I don't know what. I don't know if Modbo 8-bit. I don't know if there's much information about it. I guess we're talking about the Matrix Infinity, so we can figure out what the Matrix Infinity is. Some kind of ASIC. Because I'm fairly certain, yeah, APA A70, yeah, 075. I'm fairly certain the Modbo 4 is just a clone of this. 180 megahertz, something. Let's load up one of these. Highly doubt Arduino is going to work. Maybe RP2040. PIO feature made it possible for me to implement GC-IPL mod chip, which previously was only possible in FPGA. Huh. Okay. RP2040. Oh, so a little like the Raspberry Pi Pico, right? I mean, just as good as far as I'm concerned. What about the I have one of these sitting around, a Teensy 4.1. What is this? This is it's an ARM Cortex M7 at 600 megahertz. And it has 55 I/O pins. Oh god, that might be overkill. Right. Anyway, I'm not necessarily saying we would. Well, I'm not. I'm not necessarily saying it would do exactly the same thing as the Modbo. I'm thinking just like, could we write a PS2 mod chip on an Arduino? Like if we figured out what we needed to do, because I don't know if it would run. I assume. Well, my goal is not that it would run exactly the same thing. Anyway, that's just a random thought. I have no. I probably don't have the expertise or the background to do anything like that. Ever done anything with an FPGA? Not yet. Not yet. There are projects I've wanted to do with FPGAs, but I've never actually gotten around to doing them. Are there even any docs about how the mod chip functions, or is it a lost art? As far as I know, I haven't seen any docs, but maybe. Hang on. PS2. How does mod chip work? Yeah, it might be something that someone has to reverse engineer. Give it a whack, it's really fun, makes you think in very different ways. Hell yeah, yeah, I've always, it's something I've always wanted to do, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, the problem with installation guides, it's like, well, you know, it's one thing to install it, it's another thing to make one. I also have a Xilinx chip, so if my memory is right, there's familiar Flash-based CPU is designed for optimal performance on PS2. I'm 95% sure if you carefully remove the sticker on top of the chip, you'll find 3 to 4 sets of serial. Yeah, I don't know. Google won't tell. You need DuckDuckGo. Oh, do you think they like flagged it down? I mean, maybe. What's this? PlayStation 2 mod chip FAQ. What is a mod chip? Will the mod chip damage with the lifespan of the laser? Model numbers. I mean, the PS2 mod chip at this point, how much? What's even the value proposition? Because you can run PS2 games with like OPL off like a hard drive or off a off network, and then you can now use Mechapone to unlock your to unlock PS1 backups on your PS2, so there's probably no real point to making a mod chip anymore. I just think it would be an interesting project. Maybe from the flash, I don't know if there are bitstream reversing tools. Yeah, maybe. You can dump the flash, but you need to decode the bitstream somehow, and that's very proprietary information and chip specific. Yeah, I mean, anyway, like I said, I don't necessarily have the the technological expertise or background for this, but it's just interesting. It's just a curiosity for me. The only value is if you're hard focused on playing off a disc. Yeah, I kind of think that's true, which I don't know if there's really any good reason for that. The only thing I really want on the PS2 is I'd really love if there was a way to get PS1 games to load without needing a disc, but I don't think that the only way is to build like a PS2 ODE, I think, just because of the way it's designed. I think, because as far as I know, the PS1 CPU doubles as the I/O processor, so it's handling the stuff like the USB and the Ethernet and the FireWire and all that. So, you know, if you're playing a PS1 game, necessarily those things are not present, or they're not available. Though, isn't it true that games are now getting played off? You can play games off memory cards now, and maybe that would still be available. Shrek? No, I'm just fucking around, just doing random shit. OS 10 server wallpaper jump scare. Yeah, I mean, I had to find something for the background. Is FMCB possible on my PS2? Is made in 2012. Depends on the model number. If it's got a 900 in front of it, the answer is maybe, but probably not. Found myself using macOS wallpapers for a bit now. They're actually quite nice, I have to say. I will not lie, they're actually quite nice. Does anyone want to watch the entire Shrek movie? I still remember I was so proud of when I synced this up with a YouTube video where it was the Shrek movie but audio only. I managed to sync that up completely perfectly, and it was so glorious. I was so glorious that I felt like I might actually get like DMCA'd for it. Classic. It's all inside. How big is this? It's a 40 meg GIF. Not bad. Yeah. One of the dynamic ones on everything? Hell yeah. I do like the, I remember liking one of the Yosemite wallpapers. This one. I think I had this on my Windows 10 system for a while. Something about the purple color, as you can see. I guess I'm a fan. Yeah, good times, good times. Anyway, okay, enough fucking around, all right? Let's look at .NET, okay? Let's make sure this is still working. There we go. All right, great news. Currently using the Cliffs. Nice. Maybe I should repost that somewhere. I have some meme somewhere where I made. I have some meme about the Yosemite wallpaper somewhere. Model SCPH90004 made 2012. Is FCP possible? The answer is probably not. However, early SCPHs, early 900 models are still FMCBable, I've heard, but most of them are not, so probably not. Okay, so I have some good news, which is that I figured out what the problem was yesterday. Remember, if you were here yesterday, I said that I was like really confused because I was looking at this and I was running into an exception that I'd never run into before. Okay, in fact, tell you what, let's even jump back to that state. Is this the state or not? I don't know what snapshot I'm in right now. Okay, I think. No, this was a little bit later. For consistency with the last stream, I'll jump back to here. All right. So I was running into this exception that I'd never seen before, and like everything that I thought I'd tried before wasn't working. And I was kind of metaphorically pulling my hair out, thinking like, well, how did this even happen? How am I running across something that I never ran into before? If I recorded everything and I know vaguely, I have a memory of what all the steps that I took, like, how could this possibly happen? Culture.dll. That's what. Yeah, I made the joke yesterday that YouTube chat needs a little bit more of that DLL. Anyway, so eventually, like I said, I stayed up until 2 a.m. last night, and I eventually figured it out. What was wrong? And you know what? I was right. I had never run into this exception before. This had never been an issue. This was never a problem in any way, shape, or form because it had nothing to do with my patch at all. What I'd done, completely, like I said, completely unrelated to any anything to do with this .NET stuff. The thing is, I was having this issue, well, not issue, but I felt like the mouse was a little bit weird in Windows 95. It'll do strange things. It's running at like 5 FPS, and so I thought, well, maybe I know that the way that a lot of these virtual machines work is they emulate a USB tablet, like an absolute pointing device, which means that, so when you put the cursor on a certain part of the screen, then the virtual machine can just jump to that point. So I thought, well, that would be nice to have some, like, that'd be nice to, maybe I can get it more to that point somehow. And the way I did it, well, I didn't end up doing it, but the thing I tried was installing the USB supplement off the Windows 95 CD. So Windows 95 has very little USB support, virtually none, I think. But you can install, like, certain versions of Windows 95 CD come with this, the USB supplement, which requires you to install these two things, USB sup and USB up to. Now, these are some very strange installers because USB sup absolutely insists that it runs ScanDisk first, and for some reason this doesn't work. It doesn't work very well. Basically, I think what happens is if any file or folder changes while ScanDisk is running, it restarts. And files tend to change often, so this will basically just run indefinitely is what I found. Hang on, let's see if it actually runs this time. I'm not touching it. See if it actually gets to the end or if it has to restart at some point. Nope, it restarted. Alright, well, so whatever. And if you try to cancel it, it's like, fuck you, you need to finish the ScanDisk. So the only way I found that I was actually able to run this was to reboot Windows 95 into safe mode. Because I guess in safe mode, there's less stuff running. I've installed these before, I never had any problem with USB sup. It's probably a virtual machine thing. It's probably because like the VMware thing doesn't run. That's my guess. Oh fuck, I forgot that the CD drive doesn't show up in safe mode. Okay, so I have to, real quick, I have to go back, I have to copy the files off and then run them again. So go find the USB supplement. Copy the files off. Good enough. Oh fuck, I did it in MS-DOS mode. Damn it. Hang on. Fuck out of here. Okay. Oh, I was gonna run this in safe mode. Sorry, I was sending a message. My bad. Okay. Once again. Remember my Windows 98 running ScanDisk on every boot. It was the IBM PC, so it might have an IBM Death Star hard drive. Yeah, I remember those. Actually, here's a fun fact. I have a contrary story, which is that I grew up with a IBM Aptiva PC. I assume that's how you pronounce it. And it had, I later discovered, a Desk Star, and it never actually broke. I don't think so, not to my memory at least. So that's one, hey, there's one out of like, I don't know, millions of Desk Stars that didn't break. Hey. Anyway, so we installed the USB supplement, and I noticed that the USB supplement makes some changes to, I think it's in system, vmm32.vxd. Where is that actually? Maybe I shouldn't be doing this while ScanDisk is running, but fuck it. Here it is. It is in system. I don't know why I couldn't find it before. I noticed that it straight up installs a different version of vmm32vxd, which is like the virtual memory manager, and it also bumps the Windows 95 version slightly. So this actually makes some changes to some pretty like big system changes to Windows 95, it would seem. Fuck ScanDisk. All my homies hate ScanDisk. True. Very true. IBM Radio House to swap the drive. I do have to say, okay, so this is a benign error that says one of the file names in the .NET is too long. Don't care. Not using MS-DOS. Not interested. Not going to delete the affected folder. Alright, so it's going to reboot now. The only real ScanDisk is the one that runs from DOS. I could believe that. I don't know what the point of this GUI ScanDisk is. Anyway, so I run update 2. It says nothing, but apparently that's normal. Then I have to. I'll just straight up swap it out just for simplicity. Then if I put the right DLLs in the right place, throw in a new Microsoft.NET over here, it'll copy them in, and I might have to do it another time because it takes, sometimes it doesn't work the first time. I'll just drag it over to the right somewhere. That's right, we're all becoming right-wingers. Oh, maybe it did work, and it just didn't say anything. Okay. Now, if I also add, some One of these. Yep. Oh, what's this? VMware crashed? That's weird. Oh, and the assemblies aren't installed properly. That's another issue with this old thing. So put the assemblies in place, I think. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, because VMware crashed. It's not gonna let me drag and drop files in. Oh, shit. I have a feeling Windows 95 might be a little bit buggy. Okay, maybe... Okay, no, it seems to have recovered. Maybe if I'll restart. I don't know what it's stuck on here. Oh god. Click here to begin! Says the playful arrow as I'm trying to restart. Alright, fine, I'll fucking just force it. There, alright. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, so I should have had a, I'll make it again. Just what would you call it? A simple script to just get these GACs in place. We're gacking off again, guys. Get excited. I had a feeling I might need this again, but I didn't save it, so my bad. Okay, so I'll just make a new called gac.batch. Okay, and if I run that, all these should install. Yep. Oh, and the graphics driver will fuck up for a bit. It's totally normal. Oh, it's finished. And now it works. Okay. So essentially, the main thing I was missing was USB supplement. Of course, it doesn't tell you that when it says like the problem is that these are .NET exceptions, but they happen before any like JIT debugger is available. Like right now, a JIT debugger is available. That's why this helpful dialog can pop up, and you could, you know, when I patch something else later on, I'll be able to open up details and see the backtrace. But you can't do that before this point because it's too low level of a point. So somehow, the USB supplement has become a dependency of this patch. I didn't know that was going to happen. I didn't know how that was going to happen. What does the USB supplement change? I think, because I did a diff of the disks, I think what it changes is primarily the USB supplement installs a new version of this. Yeah, 020, that's I think like the old version. It installs a new version of vmm32.vxt. Hell, I think it even installs a new version of kernel 32. Like it adds a bunch of stuff. I think it replaces some DLLs. And VMM32 I think is the virtual memory manager, so it does some like wild shit. And I guess, and I had installed this accidentally on, like, not accidentally, but I installed it completely as like an unrelated thing. I only installed it on my last VM because I wanted to like see if I could improve the cursor performance at all, because I know that it uses a USB tablet to do cursors. Or I know that it can if the operating system responds to the USB tablet device. It didn't help, but yeah, I guess accidentally I helped the process of the .NET patch. I didn't know this was relevant at all, and that's what I was missing. Yes, that's why I was like slamming my head against the wall, trying to figure out like why have I never seen this exception before? It's because I quite literally never did, because I already had the USB supplement installed. So it completely hijacked the system. Yeah, literally. We wonder why Windows is unstable as fuck. Yeah, exactly. So not only is Internet Explorer 5 a dependency of this .NET patch, also the USB supplement is. Or at least maybe we can like. I mean, it's such. I feel like it's such a bad idea to like replace VMM32 without knowing what we're doing. But like, yeah. So I think we just have to tell people that you just have to install. You just have to install the USB supplement and IE5, and yeah, then it'll fucking work. Then you can get fucking .NET working. I don't know why, but yeah. Again, Windows 9X, famously stable system. Clueless. Yeah. Yeah, it really do be like that sometimes. Okay, so now that I've figured that out, we can get back to putting together a nice, clean installer for everyone. Yeah, I can make. Yeah, I probably will make the install. I mean, I was even thinking of adding IE5 into my installer, and like, because it has a quiet flag, so there's probably I can probably add it myself, just to make sure. But yeah, I mean, that's gonna be what it has to be. It's just like it's kind of fucking ridiculous. What could you actually run when you have .NET on Windows 95 installed? Would Visual Studio 7 work? I don't know. I haven't actually done like a full survey of what .NET 2.0 apps are out there. I just know that I can run this, which I made in .NET 2.0, and theoretically, once we fix all these exceptions, theoretically anything written for .NET 2.0, as long as it doesn't manually call a bunch of Win32 APIs itself that don't exist, should be able to run. But yeah, I have no actual like list of .NET 2.0 apps that would work. It'd be interesting to know. That's kind of why I'm interested in getting this out there, so people can like play around with it and test it themselves. Could you include them in the download section for the repo or legally dubious? I don't think it's legally dubious, because it's like these are already like apps that Microsoft distributed for free. Like, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with redistributing them. Hi Matt, long time YouTube follower, and I don't understand shit about what you're doing. Just here to drop a thanks for the amazing content. Also, hi chat. Hey, welcome to the stream. Don't worry, I will make a video which will, at some point, when this is more finished, I'll make a video that will explain more in detail what this is and why. I do have a Patreon page that explains a little bit what it's happening. Yeah, though I know a lot of people who watch my videos and just are like, I don't understand anything that's happening in these videos, but I still enjoy watching them. So sometimes I wonder if like maybe my explanations are not that. I always think like, at some point I make a video that'll explain all of this very easily, but like maybe they don't. Maybe I'm clueless. But yeah. First ever .NET app I remember seeing is Visual Studio 7, so it might actually work. Yeah, maybe. It depends what version of .NET it's using. I make no guarantees for anything 3.5 and above. I'm an enthusiast, so I get the gist of it all, but mostly inexperienced. I'm here for the ride. Hell yeah. Well, welcome to the stream. We're basically, I think we're pretty close to getting this out and published. It's just like refining it properly. It's from 1999. Really? Well, .NET, because the first .NET release I thought was later than that. Unless maybe it came with .NET. Like maybe it came with like a proto version of .NET. .3 and 3.5 use the 2.0 runtime, but there's no shot of any of the BCL works. Right, yeah, I see. You explain impossible things in ways that seem possible to people like me. Hey, that is the idea. That is what I try to do. The first .NET enabled Visual Studio. I see. Okay. Well, Anyway, so yeah, now let's proceed. So where I got unfortunately sidetracked from yesterday was we were just trying to find exactly what hacks needed to be done. So let's jump back to our previous save state. And here I've written down exactly what's used where, what we have and have not done. But I will need to install the USB supplement again, real quick, because I didn't have that in this version. Yeah, VS6. I remember I've used VS6. I've used it for plenty of old projects. I think Rebuilder is actually in VC6. Yeah. Alright, now I'm gonna have to restart into safe mode again. We have to do all this again, but don't worry, it's... At least I know what's going on now. At least I know how to get fucking .NET working. Remember compiling Quake 2 and actually making some edits to weapons and shit. Hell yeah. I love open source. I have been looking into like what would be involved in backporting other stuff, because I feel like this kind of emboldened me to try backporting some other stuff. And it seems like the real concern is not necessarily the compiler, but like the standard C library. So if I could use, in theory, like a modern version of Clang with an old standard library, or maybe a standard library I edit myself to work on old Windows, then that could lead to a Chromium backport of some kind. I think. Like, this is all... I'm still, like, reading about this, but yeah. Visual Studio 2008 was my first version, still paid for. We had a version of 2003 somehow. I don't know where it came from, but like my dad had it from somewhere. That might have been another magazine CD. Need a lot more than compiler, unfortunately. I'm sure that's true. I'm sure there's a bunch of libraries and whatnot. Yeah, the Win32. I know there'd be a lot. I know there'd be a lot I need to edit. I'm just saying, like, in theory, I can still use a... Yeah, look, you can see the VXD stuff happening, fucking around with the system. Yeah, I know it's... I know there'd be more to it. I'm just saying, like, what I'm wondering is, like, if it uses a bunch of old, like C++ 11 stuff, then I don't know if I'd be able to use like an old version of MSVC. That's my concern. So yeah, it'll be a lot of... Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a lot of work, but yeah, that's the sort of stuff I'm researching. Why don't I use Thorium? What's going on with Thorium? It even supports Windows 7, but does it support Windows 98? That's the real question. Is this like a lightened version of Chromium? Oh yeah, Chromium Fork. Gotcha. C++ 23 targeting Windows 9X. Could a man even dream of such a thing? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah. Why does Windows just allow this? That's what I'm wondering. I mean, I guess it's Windows 95, so there's no, like... There's no protection anywhere, there's no permissions, no file permissions, really. So, I guess you can just fucking do whatever you want, but, like... It's not very encouraging that, like, you could just install software and it would just do that. It would just fuck with your, like, memory manager and kernel and shit. Anyway. Yeah, install the second update, that's fine. Okay. And then we need to reinstall the GAX, I think, because I don't think I got that right the first time. .NET framework, I have to make that script again real quick. GAC.bat, yes, edit, paste. Manually save, because there's no Control S. Oh yeah, I could do Alt FS, but yeah, anyway. Okay, we're still having some trouble, but I think But at least we know where we're going from here. We know that it's a DLL patch that I'm missing. Let's check the log. What DLL might it be looking for? Inconclusive, but that's okay. We can just start like swapping in DLLs and see what happens. Hang on, I just need to. I want to change that. I want to show the toolbar. I don't know why this wasn't on by default in Windows 95 land. And also, I want to. Somewhere around here is a. Hang on. Somewhere here. Oh, it's in. No, I'm in the wrong place. So here's a fun fact about Windows 95. So it doesn't show window contents when dragging. And as far as I know, until you install 95 Plus, there's no GUI way of enabling it. However, if you browse to here and enable drag full windows, and I think you have to restart, then you can get that functionality. And I like that functionality just because it's fucking more useful. Ever watch any N Commander content? He's also pretty based. Isn't he the guy that does those like really light versions of Windows 10? I think I know who you're talking about. And now I can drag these around. Nice! Yeah, so it's interesting that that setting is in like later versions of Windows, but not in this one. I didn't run the GAC. Did I not run it? My bad. Did I really just make the script? No, that's dumb of me. Don't know about that, but he backports a lot of retro stuff and builds shit on really old Unix systems. Hell yeah. Okay, no, still missing something. But the assemblies are in place. Yes, they're all in place. Good. So yeah, it's just another. Oh, let's check the log. I think it's just another DLL thing that we're missing. He has an extremely high tolerance for pain. That's good to know. I forgot to gack. That's such a what a disgrace. Imagine not gacking off. He also worked on the FTL low latency stream technology of Mixer. Oh wow, that's cool. I wish I could say I'd been involved in anything that's actually in use by anyone, but yeah, that's really cool. RC. What it does with RC is it's confusing. So it tries to load it from NUS, then it tries to load it from N, but then it eventually finds it here. So technically that's just it like trying a bunch of different locations. It does that a few times with things. Oh, it does that with Olay 32 as well. It tries it here and it fails, but it eventually gets it from the system. He had like a series of porting Windows 1.0 SDK examples over to Windows 2.3, 3.19x. Damn, that's wild. MS Core Resources DLL. Yeah, I think that's what it means. Yeah, so I just have to figure out which DLL I haven't quite done yet. Do I even have the right CoreWorks here? That's a good question. Let's just make sure I have the right CoreWorks. Source. So we need specifically the one that breaks the SSE requirement. I love how that was even a thing. Oh yeah, that's it. It's just the fucking SSE bullshit. I fucking cannot believe. Okay, so all their DLLs are literally fine. It's literally just we have to fucking fix the SSE shit. Okay, cool. Good to know. Explains why I was trying to find localized version. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, cool. So basically, we can be reasonably confident that all the changes we've made here are the changes that are absolutely necessary. So I think we can base our binary patches around this. Yeah, when this playlist ends, I'll switch over to some lofi beats. Okay, so let's see, what exactly have we done? Well, these. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab these DLLs and I'll just make let's go ahead and make some X deltas out of them. Okay, that seems like the best thing to do. Once .NET works on 95, it's just a matter of time to have Cortana working in there as well. Isn't Cortana dead? She doesn't exist anymore in Windows. Only in Halo again. I wish I had time to dig up old Windows SDKs and try to write some stuff for ancient Windows. I used to gush when reading the docs for those. I felt like reading Forbidden Scrolls that contain some super powerful magic. Hell yeah. I mean, hey, just become a tech YouTuber and then you can kind of make it your job. Sort of. Cortana's dead, at least she is in 11 installs. Oh really? Cortana wasn't in 11, but was retroactively removed from 10. Yeah, that's what I heard. To be fair, I never enabled Cortana. I was never interested. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of sad. It was a nice use of their IP that they used Cortana as their AI or virtual assistant. But yeah, oh well. Oh well. Okay, so let's power this down. Oh, but this .NET exception is going to make this really painful for me. Cool. All right. Power this down. We'll get the files out of it, and we'll continue to build our installer. It'll all be pretty breezy, I think. All right. So I'll have to do this off stream because there's a bunch of like little things I'll have to do, but then eventually we'll get back to it. I'll be back on here. Let's do camo only for now. Lemon squeezy. Yes, indeed. Sorry. Forgot what I was doing, which happens very often. So I can't believe that this came down to the damn USB supplement, and then it came down to the damn SSE2 instruction that they used. And it's only, as far as I can tell, it's just used to they only use SSE2 to convert a double precision float to a signed integer. Yeah, that's it. And I guess it probably is the fastest way to do it. My assumption is that that's why they used it, because it's the fastest way to do it. But at the same time, like, holy shit, what a lot of trouble I had to go through just for that. Doesn't the VM emulate SSE2? It does, but Windows 95 does not support it. It's so the way I read it, and I have to say I'm no like CPU expert, so this could be completely wrong. But what I read was that the operating system, to be a multitasking operating system, it essentially has to switch contexts between apps all the time. And to do that, it needs to like save a state of the registers. And that means it needs to be aware of the registers. And what that means is that if it's not aware of any SSE registers, which Windows 95 is not, but Windows 98 is, then it essentially can't do that, and it causes a bunch of problems. That's what I read, but again, I'm no expert. That's just what I read. You need to initialize, register, save, and restore context. Yeah, that stuff. And Windows 95 does not know how to do any of that. Windows 98 does, though ironically, it doesn't know how to do that with SSE2, only SSE1, but I guess that's fine, because I guess the SSE2 instructions being used only use the registers used in SSE1. Even though SSE2 does introduce new registers, I guess it doesn't really matter. It could still run that instruction. But yeah. Okay. SSE is how old? Damn, didn't think Sims was that old. I think SSE was introduced in 1999, but Microsoft must have knew about it. Like Intel must have, or maybe, oh, is this one of those ones that AMD introduced first and then Intel got it later? Because I looked into this before and I didn't understand, because like SSE, yeah, it was introduced in 1999 in the Pentium 3 series. But like that obviously would have come after the original release of 98, but 98 apparently always supported SSE instructions. So I don't know, either they just had some inside information, like Microsoft just knew what, like Intel told Microsoft what they were doing and like how to do it, or they had some prototypes or something like that, or yeah, I don't know. Which was MMX. Yeah, MMX predates that, what we're talking about here. Yeah, MD3D now, but that was MMX, wasn't it? That wasn't SSE. SSE introduced new registers, the XMM registers, apparently. Not to be confused with MMX, even though it's literally the same letters but flipped. I don't know if MMX... Oh, MMX introduced MM 0 through 7. SSE introduced MMX. Yeah. XMM. Oh god. Yeah. MMX introduced MM registers, SSE introduced XMM registers, not to be confused with MMX, which is the same letters but flipped, but they're not the same thing. Ah! Oh, MM0 to 7 were mirrors. Okay, well, I don't... If that's the case, then sure. What the fuck are these letters? I think that's the correct answer. Is what the fuck are these letters? Okay. Anyway, moving right along. How much data we got here? Got 65 meg. I guess I'll zip that up and throw it into my stream desktop. What kind of MMOs are these? I wished we were talking about MMOs. When did my life become so complicated? It might have... I guess it was when I said I was going to backport .NET to Windows 95. It all just went downhill from then. Alright. As I was saying, moving right along. Yeah. We need to backport Windows 98 to 95. Yeah, we do. Honestly, why is it that... I mean, I know it doesn't... this is dumb and it doesn't matter at all, but why is it that, like, a bunch of Windows source code has leaked, but never any of the 9Xs? Like, we've never got any 95 or 98 or ME source code. Only NT4, 2000, and XP. I guess those are, like... for businesses, and so that was more likely they would share the source code with other companies or something like that. That's probably why. 9X is like unobtaining, which is odd. Also, I'm now thinking about this a bit more. Oh yeah. Pentium had Appendix H, which included undocumented instructions on the Pentium chips, was given to specific vendors, which would line up with the SSC instructions. That's interesting. Did Windows 95 support plug and play at all? I don't... I'm leaning towards no. I think because I know I've had to like set up sound and network devices manually. So I think there's a chance the answer is no, but I could be mistaken. DOS was pretty jank too. Yeah, it was. I feel like a lot of the issues that we have with Windows, or I have with Windows today, can be traced all the way back to DOS. Like, I hate drive letters. I think that's a really shitty system of drives. Like, so what if I plug in my flash drives, like, in a different order sometime? Now the letters are changed, and now all the paths that went to those drives are now broken. Cool. Great. Like, I just think there's no way that was a good idea. But like, they have to hold on to it because they need all this 30, 40 years of like backwards compatibility to work still. So anyway, what the fuck does a USB driver actually do? I don't know. I've never used USB on Windows 95. I think it's only for USB keyboards and mouses. I don't think there was ever any flash drive support or anything like that. I think that might be all it's for, but maybe even then, like, do you have to have them plugged in from the beginning? Like, from boot up? C. No, I hate C, colon. Yeah, 98 had some plug and play for sure. Oh yeah, I was going to load up some Lo-fi beats. I do not want to see. I don't want to get any colonostomy or whatever. Good enough.
Destruction in 3, pause, 2, pause, 1, pause. Sonic, thanks, Matt.
I like how some of those didn't quite work. Well, there you go. I mean, that is probably my Windows 95 experience. Thanks for the TTS. Drive letters are dumb. That's what I'm saying. Like, fuck drive letters. All my homies hate drive letters, and they only exist because sometime in the late 1970s, someone wrote them to be that way, and they should never have existed beyond the 80s. Anyway. Is there really no way to have Windows mount USB to a specific drive letter by hardware UUID so it remembers? I think there are ways you can manually specify a letter, but it's just it's a whole extra layer of complexity for like to do that for every drive you have. Drive letters are easier to understand. I guess. I mean, I think you can make them relatively understandable. Like in Mac OS, they're pretty understandable, I feel like. For the average user, maybe. But I mean, as long as the flash drive shows up somewhere. Like, I'm not saying anyone should be browsing to /var/media/UUID. I'm not advocating that that's what would you say, like, intuitive system. But I think you can fix that in the. I think that's a UI problem, not a system, not an infrastructure problem. Is dev SDA not technically a letter? It is, but it's not a, it doesn't necessarily dictate the mount point. Yeah, that's kind of what I feel like, is for the average user isn't really looking at the drive letters either. They're just like, as long as the flash drive TM shows up somewhere that they can click on. Yeah. Anyway. What was I doing? Okay, back to the back to this. It's the VM. or the desktop, I should say. All right, so we have our files. These are known. This is a known working setup for Microsoft.NET and our RapidDLLs, plus these two need patching. So, all right, let's take a look at our hacks. Oh wait, not here. We need to go into .NET 95. We have patches. So, I already need another split. I don't know if you can do three-way splits here though, because we also need to look at the original files. macOS does this objectively the best. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Yeah, macOS I think also does application deployment in probably the best way, in that like all the dependencies are packaged into the app bundle. I mean, I like my Linux package managers because they're like super convenient, but I'll be the first to admit that like shit can go wrong when like one of the dependencies breaks. On Windows doesn't have that problem.
System self-destruct sequence
Oh, here we go.
initiated. Reactor overload in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How? Nothing happened. Guess it was a false.
But that's a very damaging fart, more than I expected. Yeah, app images like macOS packages for Linux, but they're not very widely used. They are a little bit, and they're also kind of hard to build. It's hard to get all the dependencies in them that you need. Opinions on Snap and Flatpak? I think they're good in theory, but I always find that apps I install with Snap and Flatpak don't work as well as apps I install natively, so I don't really use them. Alright, where was I? So first we're going to look at this. Just make sure that we haven't got anything like ridiculous. Original dot x delta 3. What was it? It's -e -s, the source file, which is the original, and then the edited file, which is this one, and then the diff, which is an x delta file. 75 bytes. Oh, damn it. I need to like make a script to do this. I will actually make a script to do this. I'll call it hex diff. So what I'm gonna do is say, oh damn it, I forget how to do this. Bash script. I know I didn't write bash, but whatever. It's all the same. Args. It's gonna be like if. Hang on, I'll write this properly. Let's write a real bash script here. Say if 2, then echo. I think I can do that. Echo usage. I think that's right. Original modified. Let's just test that real quick. Hex diff. Oh, Write an x86 assembly. Good idea. Cool. Working so far. So I'll just go. This is D. 0 to. Where's the? How can I get a temp folder? Linux temp folder. Bash. Oh, mctemp D. How does this work? Okay. So I guess I'd be like temp dir equals mctemp dash D temp dir slash original.hex, and I do the same with this. and then I run diff. So yeah, I think this will work. Let's try it. Xdiff. Let's see, it's these. Oops. Original new. So what did we change? That doesn't seem right. Definitely don't think I edited that much. No, that's wrong. That's gotta be wrong. MacKC, isn't that the guy that reviewed a composite to VGA adapter on eBay? You know, for such a like niche video, that video has a surprising amount of views, I feel like. Yeah, let's see if I can just investigate the files myself. Oh, this certainly isn't right. Oh, because it'd be 1. That's right. It'd be 1 and 2. Yeah, my bad. Okay. This, I think, will work. There we go. Cool. Good, good. Very nice. Excellent job. Well done. That's going to make things so much easier to compare these files, to just get an actual byte diff every time. Cool. In fact, I might even move this into... I hope that doesn't overwrite something. There's not anything already in there called that, right? Cool. All right. Should have deleted the temp files after? I guess so. I guess I shouldn't rely on the... I just delete the temp directory itself. I probably shouldn't rely on the... damn it. I moved it. I probably shouldn't rely on the file system to clean up the temp file later. You're probably right. Hang on. Is this the correct way to do that? Delete mctempdir. Is there a way I should be doing that safely, or can I just delete it? Oh no, it does just say rm-f slash. No, not slash. Oh, just making sure. Okay. Xdiff. Okay, cool. That'll be so unbelievably useful. All right, let's back here. Original to this. Yeah, okay. So in theory, original to dash s and then x delta. That's fine. I'll just delete it. 75 bytes. You know, what's kind of weird is that this one is 70 bytes. I don't know how that's possible, but I'm gonna trust this one. I think it's probably more likely to be accurate. All right, xdiff. What do we do with msvcr80.dll? Delete these now, and let's compare with the original, which I have over here. Cool, simple, just a kernel 32 wrap. So we'll do the same here. msvcr80. Oh wait, this is the original file, so I need to throw this in. Put that in. CR 80. I should maybe write a script for this as well. Okay. Oops, not that one, this one. Alright, so that's all our patches from the system folder. What actually does the temp cleaning file system systemd kernel? I think it depends on your distribution. Arch temp directory cleaning. Temp folder cleanup. At every boot, it's emptied by... Oh, this is 2010 though, so it might have changed since then. I think this was pre-systemd. It seems, my guess is, okay, systemd temp files clean service. The implication is that it systemd on Arch, systemd cleans them on boot, but I might be wrong. Okay, so that's all of those. What have we got here? Didn't touch any of these. Didn't touch anything in these folders. But we did touch some of these, notably CoreWorks, Culture. Main, that's mine, we don't need that. CoreJIT, we did edit. Alright, let's start with that one. Hexdiff. Got the original CoreJIT, which is over here. Alright, easy. That's the source, that's the diff, and just throw it all the way over here. mscorejit.x delta. Nice. ChatGPT said sudo. No thanks. Nvidian Americans. Oh god. Oh god. Do you think I'd get cancelled for actually using that? If it's silently installing IE5, try also deleting the installer. Yeah, we probably will, but we haven't even gotten to that point yet. We haven't even started silently installing IE5. Alright, Diasim Reader. The joke, we made a joke that this sounded like some kind of American drug they advertise on TV. That was, I have to say, one of the what would you call it? Culture shocks I got not moving, but when I visited America for the first time. Because they will just straight up advertise drugs on TV. In Australia, I think they have regulations against that. Like, the drug companies will advertise to doctors, but they won't advertise to you and tell you to ask your doctor about the drug. I believe that's the case. And yeah, what a wild thing that they'll I mean, I guess it fits with the American like libertarian culture in that they'll tell you about the drug, and then rather than restrict the drug companies from advertising to you at all, what they require is that they mention all of the side effects in the ad. So the first like 10 seconds of the ad will be over-the-counter stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, there's like Panadol ads and stuff, but not like prescription stuff. The first like 10 seconds of the ad will be like, do you have this? You should try this. And then the remaining 20 seconds of the commercial will be, this may cause, headaches, blindness, erectile dysfunction, and it'll all be over like happy stock music and people smiling and being like, wow, my life is great. And in the meantime, it's like, this may cause heart problems. Do not take if and it's so funny. And like I said, I guess it fits with the libertarian ideals of like, well, we won't stop companies from telling you, we just make sure that you know what the risks are, even if you're like not necessarily qualified to understand them. At least, you can make that decision. It's up to you. So yeah, that's always really funny. America show drugs on TV because they don't have free healthcare. Oh, that's probably true as well. Also, I see a lot more class action lawsuit commercials here, though I'm not sure if there's like a restriction against that in Australia. I've just noticed them more here. Marijuana side effects may be fatal. Oh god. Oh god. Yep. When I visited the US for the first time, hearing those ads in the background while being with my partner was jarring. Yeah, it was hilarious. I mean, I don't hear them much nowadays because I don't actually watch any live TV. I never paid for cable, which is like what you're supposed to do in this country. That TV back there, that's exclusively for video games and YouTube. All right, that's my television. I assume here we go to the ombudsman. What a fun word. Yeah, that's an interesting word. Yeah, attorneys, exactly. Class action lawsuits and shit. Ramen will know about this, but did you guys know that the company that's currently occupying the old Mindscape offices that Lego Island was developed in is a like experimental drug company? Like all they do is try to find drugs for like really rare diseases, and I guess that's a good thing. It almost, when you read about them, it almost seems like some kind of front for something, but because it's so vague about what they actually do, and you'd never. But I assume, yeah, maybe the drugs they make are just that the diseases they cure are just that obscure. But it does seem like it seems slightly shady when you look through it. But as far as I know, you know, they get a lot of, like, I guess, venture capital from drug companies to find and design new drugs for like really rare diseases, and then they can charge out the arse for them because those people with rare diseases will probably need them. But yeah. Did you install VMM2X Opt? No, I didn't. I don't know what that is. Is that what the USB supplement installs? Okay. XSD. Let's do Diasim. Call your doctor about Diasim today. Let me throw it over here. Diasim reader.xdelta. Huh? Ain't no way that's... No, that delta is bigger than the original file. I must have done something wrong. Oh, I did XXD instead of xdelta 3. My bad. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Fix 95 CPU v3 final. Oh, no. I didn't use this. I used Patcher 9X to get it running in the virtual machine. But I'm also using OSR 2.5. So if this is from, I don't know if this, I don't know if I'm reading this wrong. But if this is from OSR 2, it probably already has it. But no, I'm using something from Patcher 9X to get it running in the virtual machine. Call them asking if you've got a drug for helping with the Lego Island decomp. Isn't that just copious amounts of, like... I was gonna say copious amounts of Adderall, but I don't know. Matterize to the office. Hi, I'm looking for the Lego Island source code and the servers in the back there. Yeah, maybe. We did think about, like, Mindscape Netherlands, they say on their website. Like, and remember, this is not the same company. This is like a branch off the original Mindscape that when the original Mindscape dissolved, they kind of decided, like, oh, well, we'll reuse the trademark and make our own company. So it's not the same company. But Mindscape in the Netherlands, I remember they had on their website for a bit, they were just like, feel free to email us or call us or stop by. Here's our company address. And I was like, I was about to say, so I booked a flight to the Netherlands, you know? But no, I'm sure, I 100% doubt that they have any connection to anything that happened with Lego Island. Besides, I emailed them and asked them about them and they said no. Well, actually, no, they said nothing. They ignored me. They dono-walled me. Alright. Next, fusion.dll. I think this is just another kernel 32 patch. Hex diff. Fusion. Old fusion. New fusion. Yep. So just old Fusion, new Fusion, and then throw it over here. I hope these are all right. Hope I didn't make a mistake at some point. Actually, let's double check. So it's old. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they're all right. They're all correct. Yeah, my only concern is if I got them the wrong way around, but I don't think it does. It looks like I got them all the right way around so far. Fusion. I guess we'll do regtlib. Yeah. This one is, I don't actually think necessary at all, but it's what the original installer does, so I figure it's like fair game. But I haven't noticed, like, it doesn't seem to matter whether I use it or not. Yep, okay. Oops. Oops! Sorry. Okay. Need to get some culture. Same. Core Works coming up is going to be the big one, I think. That's going to be the tough one. Because that's like where most of .NET happens, I think. Oops, I almost got them the wrong way around. All right. Yeah, here we go. So some of these changes I'm relatively certain are not necessary. Oh, here you can see I had to I patched a UTF-16 kernel 32 call to mine, but I think that didn't end up being necessary. Fairly certain. God, I kind of want to do this one again because like this is the only one I didn't do manually just now. So I know we need to replace a bunch of these, all the imports. The import table I know we need to replace. But what I'm not sure about is all this other stuff. And then I should probably redo the SSE patch real quick. How do you get a terminal window embedded in Dolphin? Oh, it's F4 to get the terminal. Shift F4 opens a separate terminal. It's really useful. I have a... ever since I learned about it, I use it all the damn time. What is all this stuff for? Which stuff? There's a lot of stuff. Anyway, let's... I think we're going to have to hop on back over to Windows 95 real quick. It's not Alt F4. That's right, it's Alt F4, true. This Wii game you're emulating sucks. Yeah, do you guys think this is like it's like I'm playing a game, but it's just like a really hard puzzle game? Would you call this a Let's Play? Yeah, Alt F4 closes Windows on Linux as well. They adopted a lot of shortcuts from Windows, I think probably just for like familiarity. Though I guess it depends on your desktop environment. I'm using KDE, which is also kind of specifically designed to be familiar to Windows users, I think. Horror title, definitely. software dev simulator. I couldn't be a real one, so this is what I have to do instead. Oh yeah, back to it's 95 time. All right, so I just wanted to do the I wanted to redo my CoreWorks patch. What I love about Windows 95 is that you can still run HXD on it. So fun, and it still works really well. Yeah, I know, right? Not the latest version of HXD. You have to use an older version, but the older version is still on the website, so it's still like supported. Using MFC? I actually don't know. It must be. It can't be .NET. We know that. I have no idea what they're using. It could be MFC. It could reasonably be MFC. Use Plasma on my Arch machine as well. I'm not daily driving it because a lot of games and programs I don't use play well with Wine or Proton. That's interesting because I feel like everything I've pretty much gotten everything working on Wine now. Like not everything worked perfectly the first time. Some of it required some effort, but I feel like I eventually got everything on Wine and Proton. That being said, I don't play any online games. I hear that like anti-cheat and Proton don't mix well together, but I don't play anything online. Yeah, we do know what compiler. We use it ourselves to try and get matching assembly. It's an absolutely terrible goddamn compiler, but yeah. Does Alt F4 bring up the power menu in Linux? Oh yeah, I think it does. I think that depends on your desktop environment as well, though. I mean, we can try it right now. Or maybe it doesn't. I remember it did, but maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, Alt F4 is working. Yeah, I might be misremembering. That might just be that might be me spreading some misinformation on the internet. Sorry about that. What compiler was used for RCT2? None. Yeah, technically, the Roller Coaster Tycoons, the first two, I believe, were written in straight x86. Modern anti-cheat in general is gross on any OS. Yeah, sounds about right. I even got my crowning achievement in Wine is getting Adobe Premiere to work. My last couple of videos I've edited entirely on Linux in Premiere. Very fun. Back in my day, we would just vote kick the cheaters and then the server admin would have a mental breakdown and ban everyone, and it kills the game because that was the only server available in the region and everyone is too cheap to host their own server. I know, right? Why did we ever move on from that era? Pirated Adobe Premiere? Look, I will neither confirm nor deny the legal status of my copy of Adobe Premiere. However, I can confirm that it runs on Linux, and I do not. That was like the one thing I was still using Windows. My Windows pass-through VM for was Premiere, and no longer. I still use it for like testing. I still like having high performance virtual machines available for testing stuff, but that's pretty much it. All I use it for now. All the games I use work on Wine, and Premiere works on Wine now. So easy. Why install Premiere when you can use Olive? I mean, I wish that were true. I wish that were actually reality, but yeah. DaVinci Resolve. I've used Resolve. I haven't... I know I'm probably just being a stick in the mud, but like, I haven't really come to terms with the UI yet. I got pretty frustrated trying to use it, so... but maybe I'll try harder again later on. The other problem with DaVinci Resolve is that it doesn't... Even if you... So, if you get the free one, it doesn't come with an H.264 decoder. And then if you get the paid one, it comes with an H.264 decoder, but it still doesn't have an AAC decoder. So that is also annoying for me, because I use a lot of AAC stuff. So, I mean, maybe one day I'll be a Resolve user, but that day is not today. Imagine not using Avisynth. True. I mean, Olive would have been really good. I mean, it still might happen, but I mean, the problem with Olive is pretty simple. It's that everyone wants it, but no one wants to pay me to make it. So it's kind of like I'm kind of stuck, I feel like. Why not Kden Live? I'm fairly certain whenever I've used it, and the last time I used it was a couple years ago, but it's like it's not as stable and not as featureful for like pro video as like the mainstream pro editors are. But I mean, I haven't used it in many years, so maybe it's better now. Oh, by the way, Windows 95 crashed and like froze, so I have to like reset it. Cool. Yeah, Kden Live I think is probably fine for smaller stuff, but like my videos are pretty complex. Do I write my own pipeline for Olive? Am I using something like FFmpeg? I mean, they're not exactly the same thing. It uses FFmpeg for decoding, but it has its own render pipeline. I have other ideas for like open source video editing software, something that might be a little bit simpler to write and maintain, but like, I don't know if it all depends on me having time to write it, and the problem with having time is that, you know, you got to pay some bills every now and then. So you got to try and get paid for what you do, and it's hard to get paid to do stuff in open source. I mean, I could stream the whole process, but like, it'll be like a year's worth of streaming probably. And I feel like people get bored of it eventually. And even then, like, it's something that a tool like that is complex and requires like constant maintenance. It can't really be put together. Well, it can't be maintained long term by one guy, right? It really needs like a team, and a team would need even more money. So yeah, it's an impossible problem. How much work did getting Premiere working under Wine take? Not much at all. It's not documented anywhere, and I've been planning to write documentation somewhere. But yeah, it's not hard. You just have to swap in some DLLs, pretty much. I wish there was a good Linux alternative to OneNote for stylus note-taking. I couldn't find anything really. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about stylus note-taking. I wrote my own note-taking app, because I don't like any of the existing note-taking apps. But I don't think it doesn't do any stylus or anything like that. At least as far as I know. I'm using an off-the-shelf editor, but yeah. Don't you get a bit of donations every stream? I know I spent at least 70 euros on bits this month. I imagine others do as well, so maybe you should stream. Yes, but to stream, you also have to. So you can't just. I feel like you can't just stream anything. You have to try and make it like a little bit entertaining, and like a lot of Olive stuff is really complex and requires a lot of concentration. So if I'm just like sitting here, not talking, then you know no one's gonna watch it, right? And then and I probably, even though I know you have cheered a lot, but I probably make less off streaming than you think. I think the average amount of money I make off ad revenue for each stream is like $5. So yeah, it's probably less than you think. Yeah, all of his actual work instead of fake work like this. Yeah, pretty much. Most taking apps, yeah, they do. That's kind of what I felt. Hey, shout out If you want a note-taking app that doesn't suck as much as the other note-taking apps, go to notekc.com. Functionality and ease of use of Premiere in CS6 is still good today. It is. I still use CS6. I mean, I went back and forth because I paid for Creative Cloud between 2014 and 2017, and then I just went back to CS6. And then more recently, and I used CS6 up until about 2021. So, yeah. I mean, both of them. I got both of them working in Wine, so you can, and I have an actual license for CS6. I paid for a CS6 license in 2012. So in theory, I'm totally legally justified in using it. As much as Adobe says they want to sue me for sue people using CS6, I'm totally justified in using it. I did not admit to anything, actually. I've given Adobe so much money. I'm not going to say exactly when or where when at what times I did or did not give them money, but I have given them a lot of money. I don't think I will be mod chipping the Saturn today, no. Do they actually, is there something in the EULA that prevents you from using forever? I don't think there's anything in the EULA, but hang on, I'll look this up because just so people know I'm not making this up. Adobe doesn't want you using CS6 anymore. Ugh, okay, well clearly these keywords are not right. CS6. What's the article? I'm trying to think. I have to find like the exact wording of the article I read. Type Reddit. No, well, it's not a Reddit article that I'm looking for. It's like a news article I'm looking for. Ars Technica, was that the place that did it? Damn it! I have to find this article. I don't think this is it. Here we go. Yes, found it. Adobe tells users they can get sued for using old versions of Photoshop. You are no longer licensed to use the software, Adobe told them. Adobe is warning some owners of its Creative Cloud software applications that they're no longer allowed to use older versions of the software. It's yet another example of how in the modern era you increasingly don't actually own the things you spent your hard-earned money on. Adobe this week began sending some users of its Lightroom Classic, Photoshop, Premiere, Animate, and Media Director programs a letter warning them that they were no longer legally authorized to use the software they may have thought they owned. We have recently discontinued certain older versions of Creative Cloud applications, and as a result, under the terms of our agreement, you are no longer licensed to use them. Please be aware that should you continue to use the discontinued versions, you may be at risk of potential claims of infringement by third parties. Users were less enthusiastic about the sudden restrictions. Yeah, anyway. So I guess what they're saying is not necessarily that we will sue you, but that allegedly the libraries that we used might sue you. Anyway. Yeah, so anyway, the point is, yeah, they're telling you you're no longer licensed to use the old software. Oh, someone redeemed staring contest. Okay, alright. Okay. I won't even bother changing the music, alright. Okay, that's it. Alright, we're done. Anyway, back to Windows 95. Whew. They probably only had the license to use some libraries for a certain amount of time. I'll keep... Yeah, probably. Probably. I guess that's what they're trying to say. But it's still like a... an alarming thing to hear them say. You're no longer licensed to use it. Need some eye drops. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I actually don't have any. I should probably invest in some. And my eyes are generally alright, I feel like. I don't really have any problems with my eyes. But you know, every now and then, probably a good thing to have. Alright, so I was here because I wanted to redo my MS CoreWorks patch. So I need to find the original CoreWorks, which is... oh god, I can't find it. It's I don't have a folder with it open. Do I have my main.exe? I do. Okay, so that's good. I can test CoreWorks with that. Okay, so this is the bog standard. It'll give us a bunch of linker errors, but that's okay, because we will, with my good friend HXD, we will edit them and get rid of them. Alright, so the first is what is probably advanced API, but that I will not stop calling addvapi. Alright, so I point this to my CoreKel, and while I'm here, I'll just go ahead and do this one too, because I already know that's going to be a problem. NTDLL, that one I replaced with Corn T, or it's Core NT, but you know what I mean. User32, I replaced that with, oops, with CoreUser. Okay, cool. Done. Job done. Now we should get an exception here because of the, it should be emitting SSE2 instructions. So let's go ahead and find that. I'll need to use Ghidra for this. Corn Hub. This is in fact the Corn Hub main office. Alright, so I have CoreWorks open in Ghidra. Let me bring that up on the stream real quick. Still got Windows 95 behind it. There we go. Alright, so the way I found this instruction, so here's a really interesting thing about .NET's relationship with SSE2. Corkle. Do you want to bro? Oh yeah, I do some CoreWorks. Hey, it's important, you know. Okay. I did recently get myself a gym membership because, you know, I need to start taking care of this this vessel. Okay, so if anyone works at a large production company and wants this company to sponsor Olive, yes, good idea. So yeah, so the way that to find out if your CPU supports SSE2, there's no, as far as I know, there's no standard C library way of doing it. Now, I think Windows might give you a way to do it through something called a Win32 API called is processor feature present. Yeah. So if I show this on stream real quick, yeah. So so in Windows you can use is processor feature present, and there's like here SSE, SSE3. Oh, notably not SSE 1 or 2, I don't think. MMX is here though. 3D Now is here. Is there actually... Maybe it's got a different name, like Simd. Okay, well, I don't know. Anyway, the point is, Windows kind of gives you a way to do it, but there's no like standard way to do it in the language. That being said, there are ways to do it in x86 assembly, and you do it by calling an instruction called CPU ID, and depending on this is the way things work in assembly, is if you have, depending on what number is in, no, not the application called CPU ID, the actual instruction called CPU ID, depending on what number is in register EAX, it'll return different amounts of information. So if you give it 0, it'll tell you, it'll give you the manufacturer ID, and it'll give you highest function parameter, whatever that means. And it'll give you a number of different manufacturer IDs, and it'll split these across like ECX, EDX, and EBX, I think, or EBX, EDX, and ECX in that order, which is really confusing because this is not the order of the registers usually. So it'll put 4 bytes into each one and tell you, genuine Intel or AMD is better in apparently early engineering samples. Yeah, but what we're interested in is we want to put 1 into EAX to get the feature bits, and then in ECX, I believe, we find that EDX and ECX, or EDX, there's a bit here for SSE and a bit here for SSE2. And essentially what we find is if it's 26, bit 26, so let's do this in binary, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I think. I think that this is going to be the hex. Oh, no, wait, this is 26, so it should be, it's one more. Because we started at 0, actually, not 1. I started counting at 1, but the bits would start counting at 0. So this is the number we're looking for. This in hex, essentially. Wow, 1000. Yes. So, essentially, if we go back to Ghidra real quick, I can't even read this number. No, it's true. Go back to Ghidra real quick. You can find some references to CPU ID. We can see Ghidra. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger for you guys. I remember Ghidra has a way to. Oh, there we go. Cool. So Ghidra in its pseudocode will kind of. There we go. That was weird. In its pseudocode will make up a function called CPU ID basic info. This function does not exist. This is just how Ghidra is wording the CPU ID instruction in x86. So you can see here it calls it with 0 and then determines something, and then it calls it with 1 to get the features, and then it sees if it supports it and whatever, then it returns whatever. This isn't important because this is not what we're looking for. But if we go down to a later function, this is another one where I guess they have. This is an interesting Ghidra decompilation of something that's basically just we pass the argument of this function to CPU ID. That's literally all it does. Anyway, so it's converted into something like a switch statement for some reason. We don't worry about that either. What we do worry about is we'll come back to this, which is it calls CPU ID with 0 and 1, so it gets the feature bits. And then it does something really interesting. It says, well, does it support SSE2? Remember we found earlier that 4000 is SSE2, so does it support SSE2? And if it doesn't, if it equals 0, then it returns 0, returns uvar3, which is 0. But if it does, what it does then is it actually calls this function, which the decomp is completely useless here. This is actually calling SSE2 instructions. And it's written in a way that if the SSE2 instruction succeeds, it will return a 1. If it fails, it'll catch the exception and return a 0. So what it actually does here is it actually says, does it support SSE2? And if it says it does, let's make sure, let's actually test it. Let's actually run SSE2 instructions, and if it returns a 1, we know that that instruction ran correctly, and if it doesn't, then we're going to say, nope, no SSE2 available, even if the CPU said it had it. That's really cool. What a great move. You'd think, looking at that like, well, what's the problem then? Well, if we're in the situation that we're in, which is that the CPU supports SSE2 but the OS doesn't, then in theory, this should catch that. True, correct. It's just that they didn't do that all the time. Here, they do it again, they call CPU ID with 1, check for SSE2, and oops, forgot to check if it actually supported SSE2, so we'll just call these functions anyway. This is the entire problem. This is the entire reason that there's this SSE meme on Windows 95. It's that they only did that check once, or they only did that check correctly sometimes, and here they did not. So anyway, this is what we need to patch. And essentially, what all I do here is, this is a jump if 0. I just make it a jump all the time. You've probably been asked this a lot, but what distribution do you use for Linux? I like the KD settings if it's default. I use Arch because I think if you're even slightly technical, I think Arch is probably the distro you should use, just because it's the only one I feel like that doesn't kind of like fuck things up for in the name of like trying to appeal to quote unquote normal people. I feel like other distros, they try so hard to appeal to normal people that they end up making things like harder. They end up like breaking things, and so Arch I feel like is the only one that actually like gets out of the way and lets you just do whatever you want to do. Non-technically inclined, there you go. Arch. Yeah, I mean, I just throw in American pronunciations every now and then. That's just kind of my personality. Thanks, I was thinking of Manjaro for some reason since it's my main Arch-based distribution. I mean, yeah, Manjaro is like Arch but made a little bit more approachable. Like the install process is a little bit easier. But yeah, it's basically the same thing. Uncle Sam has evaded your mind. Yeah, I mean, technically, I think I did this even before I moved here. Sometimes I'll just kind of, it's just kind of for fun, for my own like satisfaction. Sometimes I'll be like car instead of car. Yeah, it's just a quirk of mine. Anyway, so we just need to convert this into something else. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy these bytes, byte string, and we'll go back to Windows 95. That's not Windows 95. There we go. And we search for this exact string of bytes. We want to search for bytes specifically, though, not a string. Oh, hang on. Search for hex values. That's not what I copied. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes the virtual machine stuff, like the virtual machine copy doesn't really work properly. That's okay, though. Copy byte string. Do we actually have the byte string? We do. Should be working. There we go. Okay, this is the only instance of it. So we just need to convert, just need to convert this from a JZ into a JMP. For that, I'm just gonna cheat and use a online x86 assembler, which is, here we go, online x86 assembler. So right now what we have is a 7420. We'll disassemble that, 7420. That's a jump if the last operation equals 0. And essentially, we're just gonna, let's say, jump, assemble, see what it comes out with. It's just, oh, it's actually really unhelpful. Okay, never mind, I'm gonna use the instructions. I need a specifically 8-bit relative jump, which is an EB. Alright, so now, in Windows 95 land, we find that instruction, which is, hang on, there we go, which is a little bit after this. F04. So yeah, 7420. I think if we just change this to an EB, that's it. I think that's all we need to change. Yeah, cool. Easy. Easy, no worries, no problemo, as Arnold Schwarzenegger said. Do I need to play X through X85 to understand the story of X86? Yes. I think that is required. That's why, that's why these videos take so long. Sometimes you just gotta sit there reading up on like X69 and shit, you know? Use Arch installer to manually install. I manually installed it. I don't find the installer that hard. Like you do need to reference the wiki, and I wouldn't recommend it to like. It's not for the faint of heart, but like for anyone who's like familiar with command line, it's like it's doable. Got the Intel old assembly reference from the Wayback Machine. Yo, easier than Hackintosh? Oh, definitely. Hackintosh is even harder. I would not recommend Hackintosh to anyone. I was gonna say anyone like who's not very technically inclined, but in fact I think I had it right the first time actually. Okay, so the lore is all messed up. X64 came after X86 SMH. True. Well, of course, if Intel had their way, the X64 wouldn't exist at all. We'd all be on Itanium instead. Okay, so let's shut this down. Let's grab this CoreWorks DLL. I think we're almost done as far as setting up the installer. Yes. Oh, I should do that as well, actually. CS comp. It's not a critical one, but it is probably useful to have. CS comp and A-Link and stuff like that. In which case, yeah, maybe I'll do that now. CS comp. Text string. I think it's just kernel 32. Probably exactly the same. Let's try that again. Just make sure we don't get the same error. Whatever. Okay, we'll do that one too. And I think while I'm in the neighborhood, I'll do A-Link as well, because I think this also does. Yeah. And what about CSC? Yeah. So in theory, with this stuff, as long as there's probably more stuff that I have to look at later on, but in theory, I think with CSC and CS comp, I think in theory, you can compile C# on Windows 95 now, which would be pretty sick. You could actually build your apps, build and run them on Windows 95. Anyway, so we'll throw those in as well while we're here. Alright, back to setup. Okay. Oh, I have to get these new fucking files in. Shit. Ah, shit. Alright, well, be back on in a sec. Yeah, AMD invented X64, Intel Itanium, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, Itanium did see use in, like, supercomputers for a while. There's a pretty decent chunk of them using supercomputers, or used in supercomputers, but, yeah, in general, it doesn't seem like there was any... I'm sure it had advantages of some kind. I don't know what they are. I'm sure it had them. Yeah, that's why you download the AMD 64 version. Yeah, because AMD 64 was an early name for it, or is a historical name for it. Bring back PowerPC. PowerPC is also has or had a bit of a foothold in supercomputers, but I don't know about since then. I don't know about nowadays, I should say. That's what I meant to say. Okay. Okay, new files. Wonderful. Okay. Cool, done. All right, so, oh, actually not done apparently. Something fucked up. Okay. Okay, should be good now. All right, just need to get these patches in. So, I know we just worked on this, but what's the diff? Yep, just the... You can't see it in the bytes, but yeah, just the force jump for the SSE2 instruction. And swapping out a bunch of the import table. Not bad. So, go ahead and make a delta. This one. This one. Let me throw it in here. Cool. And we'll do the same for these while we're here. I won't bother even. I won't even bother looking at the diff because I know these are pretty small. You know what I probably really need to do is I probably need to include the file extension, because then we can probably automate this. Like most of these are DLLs, but one of them is an executable, so we probably need that difference. Yeah, anyway. PowerPC is still around and made for performance workstations. Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard. Oh, here's a fun fact though. If you haven't seen this video, Itanium is probably responsible for Windows dropping, for Microsoft dropping Pinball from Windows. Which I know, it's like, what in the name of God? But it turns out, so there's this famous article written by Raymond Chen, who's a senior at Microsoft. Except MS. All right, so you can tell me what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You've seen the video. There's this famous Raymond Chen article, yeah, from 2012. Why was pinball removed from Vista? And they say a lot of people have seen it. Well, if you haven't seen the video, was that while they were doing Windows XP, they were making XP 64-bit edition. However, importantly, it's important to note that this is not Intel, this is not x86 64, it's not AMD 64, this is for Itanium, okay? So, yeah, this is literally the video I'm not saying anything that disagrees with that video. So, yeah, so this is for Itanium. Yeah, in theory. So, and this article says something about like that they had like floating point collision or floating point issues that I don't know if it even specifies floating point issues. They had collision issues, and because they were porting so much stuff, then Yeah, because they were porting so much stuff, they were just like, well, we probably don't need pinball, and we don't. It's probably not critical to include pinball in the Itanium version of Windows XP. Was kind of their conclusion. So, or at least according to this article, that's why it was dropped from Vista. Now, as it turned out, the pinball decompilation came along. And he mentions something about this. He says, there's like an FAQ about it. Yeah. On the 64-bit bug that killed the game, he says, I did not find it. Decompiled game worked in x64 mode on the first try. It was either lost in decompilation or introduced in x64 port. So yeah, he's missing the context that this is talking about the Itanium version, not the AMD 64 version. So that's, yeah. So that's the, yeah, that was, and so the reason why it happened was because the Itanium it handled floating point numbers slightly differently. And so if they thought this was why, if they thought this was the reason why they dropped it from Vista, then in theory, there was no reason to drop it from Vista because they were operating off incorrect information. According to the vid, MS actually had a fixed version of pinball for both x64 and IA64. Pinball was likely dropped just due to age not fitting with Vista. So yeah, I've seen that video. I'm trying to remember if that is what happened in the video. You're probably right that they had an Itanium version that did work. That does ring a bell. But anyway, so this was the accepted explanation for a long time, and it turns out it's completely wrong. Well, not completely wrong, just that they probably did have trouble porting it to Itanium, though, and somehow that ended up mixed in with the story of why it got dropped from Vista. But yeah, anyway. Did they redo the floating point bug from Pentium? I don't know if it was a bug or just something that, a way that the Itanium operated differently. Yeah, so anyway, if they, I forget, it's been a while since I watched the video, I forget if they actually did have a fixed version, but whether they did or they didn't, it is true that the Itanium had different like floating point, and did cause some kind of collision problem, and that seems to at least a little bit seems to have been mixed up in the story of why it was dropped from Windows Vista. Anyway, so as I was saying, let's finish this off. So I did A-Link, let's do CSC and all those. Yeah. There's another EXE. This is another reason why it's good to keep the extensions in. Yeah, that's also true. It was only a demo. It was a in theory, there's a whole other game that most people haven't played. There's like other like boards and stuff like that. Is that it? That's all? Yeah, that's all of them. Cool. So now it's just a matter of do we try to patch them in the installer or as an installer build step? Is there an X Delta for Windows 95? If not, then we'll just make it a build step. I love the idea that some external company wrote the game, left, and that no one at a multi-billion company could figure out his code. I'm sure they could have figured it out eventually. It's just that, yeah, it's like the reason why .NET wasn't on Windows 95. Hang on, let me find that forum thread real quick. Make my own patch format. Jesus. No, we don't need to reinvent the wheel that much. Here we go. I have a couple pages with this. So basically, this guy from Microsoft, this is a thread entirely about why is .NET not on Windows 95, and this guy from Microsoft says, the decision to not support the .NET framework on Windows 95 was not an easy one. It was made only after several weeks of consideration on a number of key factors such as the impact on developers and current install base of Windows 95, consistency with other Microsoft products, and the impact on our own quality assurance and development teams. In the end, we made the decision that we would be providing more value for our customers by shipping a solid product sooner on fewer platforms than by slipping our dates out further in order to guarantee ample coverage on Windows 95. Anyway, that's a long way of saying, hey, what? Yo! Welcome. Thanks for the Prime sub, Remnant. Thanks so much for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. Anyway, so that's just a long, very like PR friendly way of saying that like we decided that it wasn't worth pouring resources in and potentially having to delay the product to like, you know, we have a product, we have a deadline, and we felt like it was more important to make sure we hit that deadline and then support Windows 95. And I think the story of Pinball, the story detailed in this article, at least, as far as not getting Pinball in the Itanium version, is probably just, yeah, or as far as like nobody at Microsoft understanding how the code worked. It's probably a matter of, well, I'm sure someone could have figured out how the code worked, but like, is it worth delaying XP 64-bit edition just for that reason? Yeah. What headphones do I use during editing? I don't use any headphones during editing. I only use headphones when I'm streaming, pretty much, or when I'm on like a call with someone. Otherwise, I just have speakers. Build step sounds easier. It probably is. Well, it depends. It depends on who's building it, right? So essentially, I think. Well, so I think. No, there's probably no built-in functionality for this. Yeah, the only reason why a build step makes it might be harder is because, well, firstly, we have to provide an xdelta application. So we might have to provide like xdelta.exe somewhere in the repo. And then we have to write like a script to patch all the files. And then we have to sufficiently document it so that all anyone who tries to build this will know what to do. That's the only thing. I mean, for you to get this done quicker, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, I just want to do it like all I care about is just doing it the best way. So I'm not super worried about it being quick. Why do I write Zelda? So if there's an xdelta on that does support Windows 95, then we're fine. We can just do it on the system. But we'll have to like try it and figure it out. Is there a Windows binary we can get? Or do I have to compile it myself? What's this? It's just source code? I think I have to compile it myself. Oh, they got a VCX proj. Which I think is VC6. Zelda, yeah. Here we go. So this is... Oh, they hosted this on Google Code and the whole thing just redirects to GitHub now. That's helpful. You know, pack X Delta into the installer. That's what I'm trying to do, but like we need a copy that will run on Windows 95, and that's the complexity. First the complexity is just trying to find a Windows binary at all. Google Code is a thing? No, Google Code was a thing. Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna try. If we can get X Delta 3, okay. So let's see if we can get this working on. So in theory, if I run Really? Oh. That's weird. Okay, well, whatever. These files are not laid out how I expected them to be. That's okay though. Anyway, how's everyone doing out there? Could have guessed that bit from the Google bit. Yeah, true. Alright, cool. I don't think... Ooh, actually, this probably won't load with this. This is a VCX project, so that means I need VC6, actually. Well, let's get a copy of VC6. Which is right here. Trying to learn Haskell. Which language is that? That rings a bell, but I don't know what it is. I don't think I've ever used it for anything. Alright, we have VC6. Let's see if this will open a VCX project. Oof, doesn't look good. VCX projects might actually be even later. What's this? Generate build files. Maybe I should actually, like, read the documentation. Oh, there isn't any. Right. Oh, readme in here? This tells you how to use it. But how do you, like, compile it? Pretty neat language. I personally loved OCaml from the time I used it. Yeah, I don't know. These are all words I've heard before, but yeah, I've never written in anything like this, I don't think. Language that mathematicians use when they're trying to avoid being productive. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Damn, this doesn't use any like build systems that would actually be useful. Like for me, it doesn't have a VC6 project. and it doesn't have a CMake project, and just about anything else I am not like prepared to deal with. The VCX project is 2003 for Spin-Up Visual Studio. Yeah, but the problem is I need to, again, it's about targeting Windows 95. So I'd have to use a version of, well, ostensibly I'd have to use a version of Visual Studio that would support Windows 95, which I don't even know if VC7 does, or like Visual Studio 2002 or 2003 or anything that would support this. So that's the concern. Like I'd love to build it with VC6, which I could be reasonably confident would run on Windows 95, but VC8, well, maybe this will run. Apparently some binary from somewhere. Well, we won't know until we try it, I guess. Let's jump over to Windows 95, which is off, I guess. All right. See if this will work. Yeah, that's the only issue with this. Like, I think it's probably easier or simpler to patch on Windows 95. It's just a matter of finding a patcher that will work on Windows 95. All right, let's try it. Nope. Well, in theory, I think I did implement that function. What if I exited this to point to my DLL? What a great idea. Oh, except I need this to patch the DLLs later on, so actually this is not going to work at all. Oh, maybe I didn't implement that. I thought I did, but maybe I ended up not needing to. All right, well, fuck that. Downloading random binaries from 9 to 5 is such a good and secure idea. It really is. I agree. Well, yeah, don't try that at home. Look, I've got you know, snapshots and save states and shit, so I'm relatively, and this is you know, I feel like this is not a networked VM, so I feel like it's relatively well protected, but yeah, don't do what I say, not what I do, essentially. So yeah, we're in a kind of tough spot where I don't even know if this. Oh, it's the project is a VC 2013 project, according to that README note. Well, how do I know what files it uses? I assume those would be in here somewhere. Delta3.c, I assume that's necessary. Or not. Oh, okay. Oh, look at that. Is that all the files that are used? Just these? If it's just that, I can probably just whip up my own makefile for this. And then hopefully I can run it in, hopefully I can run it in like Visual C++. Hopefully I can run it in VC6. I think I'm starting to run out of juice. I'm becoming more slurred. It's Windows 95. It's sucking up my drive. It makes a Pentium fly. Yeah, I remember that. That's a good time. I remember I watched a Flash animation of that which I don't think was original. I think the original, I think the song was just a song, and then someone made a Flash animation. I remember watching the Flash animation. Okay. Well, I guess we're making a new workspace, and we're just going to throw those in and see what happens. It's a console application, so I don't know, maybe I shouldn't, whatever. X Delta 3. Empty projects, yes please. Okay. And we will add to project a bunch of those files. Where do they go? Oh yeah, they're here. So ostensibly the only actual file we need is xdelta3.c? And the rest are just includes? Well, I guess we'll see if it builds, right? 8 errors. You want to tell me what they are? Ah, here. xdelta3.h. Missing something before something. Well, I guess we'll have to look at it. Oh, well yeah, it probably doesn't support static asserts. Isn't that a C++11 thing? When does static asserts become a thing? Yeah, that's a C++11 thing. Bruh. Alright, well, get rid of that. Oh, I didn't save. Good old Newgrounds. Hell yeah. Use BS Patch. Does BS Patch actually work on Windows 95? Like, is there actually a build for it on Windows 95? Oh wow, release date 2004. Okay, yeah, I guess I could do that. If, look, I'll try slightly longer with this, and if it doesn't work, then yeah, I'll probably switch over to BS Patch. Bad configure script. Damn it, it's supposed to have like a configuration in here? WinVer has been defined as OX500 or greater, which enables NT 5.0 beta 1 and 98 beta 2.1. Well, where's that happening? Yeah, the problem with switching to BS Patch now is that I've already made all my X deltas. I have to remake them all, which would be a bit of a pain. I mean, it's fine, I can do it, but it'd be a bit of a pain. I remember I looked at these yesterday. I looked at BS Patch and I looked at X Delta, and I was like, which one do you think is more likely to work on Windows 95? And for some reason I felt X Delta would be, but I guess I was wrong. If you asked the question on how to do this online, you would just get the standard response, why would you want to do that? Yeah, I know. I know. A project like this, you really are out on your own, pretty much. WinVer, where does it mention that? Okay. xdelta3.h. Yeah, I'll use a real fucking text editor. WinVer. Okay, so I have to define this to 0 in the project, I think. Settings. Sure. /d equals 0, I think. 250. Alright, what's this? If, well, we know it's, okay, we know it's 4. Alright, so we need to set this as well. This is stupid. Oh no. Oh no, what is all this? Yeah, maybe it's time to just cut my losses. I mean, which one is going to be faster, getting through all of these or fucking just redoing my patches? Probably redoing my patches. Alright, well, GG. Is that the only one? The one on the AUR? Yeah. I think that's why I thought it would have worse support, because it's not a standard package, but you know, that doesn't really necessarily mean anything. What am I actually trying to do with my life? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, well, fuck that shit off. Let's yeah, let's just redo it. So yeah, this probably does... Hang on, let's, real quick, let's just confirm, before we spend any time, remaking all the patches, let's just confirm that it actually does work on 95. Matt really put the L in Lego Island card. Yeah, yeah. Ah, shit. Oh, that's okay. I already got 7-zip on here. Nice. Nice. Okay. So, BS patch. Cool. Great. Great. Okay. We definitely know this works. We literally just have to redo the patches again. Okay. There's a plane. Okay. Where were we? We want to go... Plane is getting louder. Alright, here are all the files. It's fine. It's fine, I'll redo these real quick. BS diff. Old file is, should have that over here, actually. No, I can't do that. BS diff. Emphasis on the BS. And then... Yeah, okay. Should be fine. Should be doable. Okay, so this is the original. This is the new one. No, this is still the original. This is the new one. Is there a... Is a normal... Is there a standard extension for a BS patch file, or just call it like .patch or something? I guess I could say dot... Oh, it's .bdf, apparently. The jokes write themselves. That is good. That is helpful. Yeah, BDF it seems. Okay, easy. BDF. That's, yeah, that's correct. Alright, now we'll do CSC. The original is here. The edit is here. Done. CS comp, the original is... Yeah. Alright, and I guess I'll delete the old ones. We don't really need them. Guys, don't forget to take your diasim. Ovaltine. Oh, Ovaltine. I remember that stuff. Oh yeah. Delete that. I haven't done culture yet. It's the original. This is mine. Okay. Fusion. This is the original. This is the edit. Okay. Core E is here. And then mine is here. Nope. Oh well, here I'll do MSVCR. Okay. Corjit. This is the original. This is the patch. Backwarding Windows 11 to Windows 98. God damn. How deep will the rabbit hole go? Almost done remaking all of the patches. They're on our last one coming up. Well, that's interesting. It's much bigger than the last one. I guess they're all bigger than the previous ones. Oh wait, this is the wrong one too, actually. Both of these are wrong, because that's the one where I made too many changes. We need this version of CoreWorks. Do you not have facial hair, or do you just shave every day? I usually, I mean, it's not every day. There are streams I've had a beard on, but I usually try to keep it pretty clean. I'm not a big fan of like just the way the facial hair feels. I know all my friends are like, oh, it's all right, you know, after you get used to it, after it grows out a little, it's fine. But I've never let it get to that point because I've never cared enough. I can, yeah, but I don't have no beard. I just don't enjoy having facial hair, so yeah. Almost done. We're almost there, okay? Okay. Cool, done. And now that we know... Now we know this BS patch definitely works. Full bearded Matt Casey. I mean, it could happen. I'm not saying it couldn't. I am human. I'm not Mark Zuckerberg. Alright, so I'd say now... Oh, not even with Vim. What are you talking about? I installed Vim for XXD, but I don't actually use Vim, so unlucky. Install patches. Temp. Is that really the way to do it? I guess so. r dot dot slash patches. Okay. And this is correct. Install system API wrappers. And now, yeah, I guess we just run exec wait a bunch of times. Exec wait slash bspatch.exe. And the syntax is old file, new file, patch file. So I have to do like URT install path. Yeah, there we go. Slash, what have we got? I got A-link. Oh, but wait, what if I want a patch file in place? Can I do that? BS. I learned enough Vim to exit it if I accidentally open it. True! Oh, gosh. Yeah, is it possible to patch in place, or do I actually have to, like... Hang on, let's try it. I could see the argument behind not letting you do that, but... It means we'll have to... It adds a layer of complexity to it. Alright, here we go. bspatch.dll. What is it? It's old file, new file. So if I just say they're both the same, what happens then? I think it worked. Okay, is that the same? Is that the right MD5? If so, cool. Cool, okay, cool. Alright, we can patch in place. All good. All good. I think in nsys, can you define like a function? Because we're gonna be doing this a lot. Macro versus function. Macros and functions are powerful tools to help make coding your installer easier and more flexible. They can also be very powerful tools. God, what kind of website is this? Allowing you to extend the nsys scripting language to an extent. Okay. Nsys macros are used to insert code at compile time, depending on defines and using the value of the defines. I don't think that's what I want. Maybe it is. What are functions then? Functions are similar to sections in that they contain 0 or more instructions. Okay. How do I... Okay, maybe this will work. So if I say like macro patch, and then I guess these are how I declare args. So like patch file. Okay, let's say file name patch file macro end. Then what we do essentially is we call this and we say patch file, and then oh no, wrong way around. These would be file name, and then yeah, and then patch file, I think. Assuming I'm reading this correctly. And then I'd go, I guess, insert macro, patch, and then I'd say URT install path A-link, and then A-link.bsdf, or BDF, I think. catching up to see what I missed. We're getting there. I'm just learning how to make how to do this easily in the installer. And then we just do that for all of them, right? So okay. Get rid of that. Alright, yeah, csc.exe. Oh, it's .dll.bf. I guess if I was really smart, I could find a way to chop off the file name and then you get the patch that way, but I don't know if I'm that smart. Maybe later. I can make it a little cleaner later on. There is a reason you are porting .NET to Win95? No, no reason. This keeps making multiple of them. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so those are all the ones in URT install path, I think. That's 10. Oh! No, okay, this one. These ones are in the system directory. So I think these are just sysdir. Alright, that should do the patches. Yeah, if everything went properly, that should do it. And then I guess we can delete from the temp folder. No, we'll delete later, just because it'll make it easier to debug if we have the stuff there. Alright, let's see if it throws an error. Apparently it worked. Let's check the log real quick to make sure it's actually doing what I told it to do. File, yep. Exec wait, bs patch, alink.dll. Looks good to me. Cool. All right. Delete what? Auto exec? No. Delete system32. No, I mean delete the files from the temp folder. That wasn't clear. Okay. So, in theory, this should work. Like, this should just install and work, assuming that the user has IE5 installed and the USB supplement. So let's go back to Windows 95. Let's go ahead and revert to a blank slate save state. And I'll install the USB supplement and I will make another save state there so we don't have to keep installing the USB supplement. I just ran your installer. Hey, wait a minute, that's not possible. You mean are you lying to me on the internet? Alright. Time to push into production. No, not yet. I'm not a Tumblr developer. I have to test it first, okay? Alright, install the USB supplement. Again, we will save a state after this, because this is the third time I have to install this stream. EVE Online, they deleted AutoExec. Oof! Wasn't it, what was that Bungie game where it accidentally deleted all of the contents of your hard drive, or something like that? big oof. Like that was part of the reason why they were so eager to get to sell themselves to Microsoft, because they'd spent so much money recalling copies of that game that deleted like wiped hard drives and shit. It was a racing game. Yeah, I remember it was something. I don't remember the name. I know it's like a famous story though. Nice. I accidentally the whole hard drive. Yep. Just so I'm not spreading misinformation. Me when I spread misinformation. I'll look that up real quick. Bungie wiped hard drives. Keck W. Right, no, that's about the PS4. That's about Destiny the game. Don't care about that. Oh, Myth 2. See if that says something on the Wikipedia article. Yeah, uninstall bug. Oof. The day the game was shipped to stores, Bungie's head office was contacted by the Japanese publisher who informed that a woman working on the Asian translation of the game had discovered a major bug in the Windows version. She had installed the game in the root directory of her hard drive and then used the uninstall program to uninstall it. Oh, the root directory. Okay. That was more common back then. The game was successfully uninstalled, but much of the contents of her hard drive were also erased. Jason Jones attempted to replicate the problem, quickly discovering what was wrong and figuring out how to correct the faulty code. Roughly 200,000 copies of the game were already in transit to major retail stores across North America. Jones, Alex Seropian, Doug Zartman, Diane Donahue, and David Just quickly convened to a meeting to decide what to do. The team essentially had two choices. On the one hand, they could say nothing and quietly fix the bug in a patch that would immediately made available for download on their website. In favor of this course of action, it was argued that installing a game to the root directory of a hard drive was an unusual thing to do. In general, yeah. What year was this? This was 98. Okay, so yeah, I mean, by 98, most people put stuff in program files, but like there was certainly some stuff that still ended up in the root directory. Something there was little chance of anyone repeating, and so it was unlikely anyone would ever encounter the bug. The other option was to publicly announce the problem and recall the game. This is what they did, according to Jones. The thing that made the decision easy was that if we were to ship the game anyway and try to fix the problem later, some people were going to get screwed, and that was wrong. It might not have been very many people, maybe one or two, but it would have bothered us the rest of our lives. Maybe not, maybe just 2 years. We'd be sitting around today, damn, wonder when the next person's going to call. It was so clear that there was one decision that led down the road of eternal damnation. The other was to spend a lot of money and do the right thing and never make the same mistake again. So yeah, they spent 800 grand fixing it, and big oof. And so that's why when Microsoft was like, we needed some games for the Xbox, Bungie was like, oh yes, please buy us. We've lost so much money recently. Yeah. The game was unsuccessfully installed, as well as many other things on your computer. Alright, so we're back on Windows 95. We're going to load up that plate, by which I mean get the installer over to it. Here we go. Nice. Oh, wait, hold. Before we do that, I almost forgot we're gonna make a save state, so I don't have to ever do this again in my entire life. Take snapshot. This is blank slate plus USB supplement. Okay, cool. So in theory, assuming everything goes correctly, this should work out of the box. So, oof, that didn't look right. That didn't look right at all. Well, I guess we'll find out. We'll run something. If that was correct, we would have seen the GACutils run. That's why I think this didn't work. Yeah, nothing got patched essentially. How come? What was the command that got run was god, it's so long. Okay, so let's, I guess the obvious thing to do is try to replicate that. So we go to temp, net95 patches, bs patch. Okay. BS patch, and we'll just, I guess we'll just try and do it, right? Ugh. Okay. Old file, new file, and then the patch file, which will be somewhere in temp. Yeah, this one. Oh. We quite literally run out of space for the command. Is that the reason why? Is that the reason why it doesn't work? Well, okay, so we don't need the full path here. We can just see like alink.dll.pdf. Did it work? Could it really be that the command is just too long? Oh god, it's so long, this bit unironically. Hang on, let's try and, I'm gonna try and put this into a batch file real quick. So we're trying to run temp / net95 patches / bspatch.exe. Then we're trying, like, is this literally an issue we're gonna have to deal with? Ah! Nothing works how I want it to. Okay. This is the easiest way to get the full path, I think. At least as far as I can tell. On Windows 95. / alink.dll. And again. And then patches alink.dll.pdf. Okay, so if the command is just too long, this will fail, but I guess we'll find out. Long.bash. Oh, no, it seemed to do it. Oh, I guess we can't patch this twice because we already, oh wait, no, it didn't do it. Huh? It still says last modified 2005. So, alright, well, let's keep the paths as short as possible. Let's say, or maybe this version doesn't support patching in place. That might be what happens. It's 127 characters, damn. Is it not 2005? Apparently not. Alright, let's try this again. bpatch, alink.dll, alink.dll, alink.dll.pdf. Oh, BS patch. Fucking why is DOS key not on by default? Okay. Nope, still didn't change the file. So maybe it's yeah, maybe it can't patch them in place, in which case, what if I do rename to .old and I rename it to .old and I say, okay, now what? Oh, for God's sake. So it just doesn't fucking work at all, apparently. It just doesn't do anything. Wait, does, this might come with DLLs that I need. Looking for MS-DOS to install 95 and found a floppy disk for my old Gateway 2000. Damn. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah, maybe I'm missing some DLLs for BS patch. Let me double check that. BS patch, oh yeah, it comes with bzip2.dll. Maybe that's necessary. And it doesn't throw an error, which is really unhelpful, but you know. Yeah, bzip2.dll. Apparently not. Like, it just doesn't do it. It doesn't do what it says it does. BS patch. Old file is alink.dll. New file would be dot old. New file would be alink.dll, and the patch file is alink.dll.bdf. And there's no new file created. It just doesn't. It actually just doesn't do what it says it does. Make a desperate Windows 2000 VM and do it there. No, because I want this to happen in the at install time, so it needs to do something. Maybe it needs. Hang on, let's just dump all of this stuff in here. Maybe it calls bzip2.dll like .exe without, and that's why it doesn't. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Ah, that took a little bit longer. That might have actually done something. Yeah, okay. Thank God. Alright. I guess we just have to include all of this stuff in our, thing. Okay, my bad. I didn't know that it needed bzip2.exe as well. I thought it was just a bunch of loose executables. Okay, cool. Gotta make your own patcher. No, thankfully not. No, not today. Alright, let's, Alright, so he just needs to get like all this other stuff in there, basically. Skip, I already have it. Alright, cool, done. Recreate the installer. And we'll revert Windows 95 back to that save state we had. Blank slate plus USB supplement. And yeah, well, hopefully this will work. Hopefully this time it'll work. Okay. That didn't seem right either. Yeah, because we should be seeing the GAC-utils appear. And if we're not seeing those, then ostensibly something is still not right. We are indeed installing these new executables correctly. Maybe it still can't find bzip2, because like maybe that's not, it doesn't have the right working directory. Let's see, does exec-wait have a working directory? I didn't put error handling in the script. In what script? I mean, in the installer? No, I didn't. Oh, okay. Set out path sets the current working directory for the process. It should be inherited by the child process. Is that true? Well, let's just double check. Let's make sure this actually does what it's supposed to. So if I'm in temp, and I'm like, I want to use BS patch, and I want to use it on... Oh, for God's sake, I forgot we're on... And we're using A-Link. Okay. Throw in 2 A-Links, and then throw in the patch. Oh, no. We can do it. We can do it here because we're in it already. Oh. I hate fucking fucking DOS key. And we also haven't yet confirmed whether this version lets us patch in place, but hopefully it does. Okay, yeah, that did write something. So yeah, I think it's just the working directory is not right. Okay, I can fix that, I think. Okay, I think I know, yeah, how to fix that. I think what we want to do is say... Oh. So we already are setting the working directory to that directory. Maybe it's just, maybe it is the command is too long? What if I just do... That would be weird if the command was too long. In theory, according to this, admittedly, Stack Overflow answer, this should set the working directory, so in theory, we should just be able to call BS patch straight from here. But I guess we'll find out. The switch is backwards? What does that mean? Alright, we'll try this again. Assuming if the command is just too long, this should work. But I don't know if that's the issue. Doesn't seem to be. The slashes? No, the slashes are right. NSYS is weird about the slashes. They're supposed to be backslashes, essentially. Alright, well, yeah, how do I get debug info from execwait is the next question. What if can I copy this and just run the command as is and see what happens? Oh, it copies everything. Well, I guess that's useful. So ostensibly, this is what it ran. If I paste that... did we hit the limit? Yeah, we hit the limit. Well, so I guess we still could... That still could be what's happening. I wonder if it does, like if the 127 character command limit applies to this as well. I guess what I could do is I could copy it and like I can make a batch file. Here and maybe see what happens. Patch.bash. Yeah, in theory, that should work. Copy the original. Yeah, that might be what we have to do. Command. Oh, does it not like the quotes? Guess it's possible. Does it all come down to double quotes instead of single quotes? I didn't know there was a rule about it. Finished. Well, it feels like it did something. Okay, yeah, I think it did something. I guess I can try that. Oh yeah, all the other exec weights I did it the other way around, so yeah, maybe that is actually it. In which case, if it's not a length issue... Let's try that. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Basically, I just flipped all the quotes back around. Yeah. Because I think that might in fact actually be it. Length issues. That's what I call it, yeah. Yeah, guys, don't you hate when you have length issues? Alright, we're jumping back to our previous save state, and let's see what happens. All the time. Can't relate. I don't know what you're talking about. Cool. Cool. That's what I wanted, and somehow that caused VMware to crash. But you know what? Who even needed VMware? Not me. Something fucked up. I don't think this is an actual problem. I think this is like just Windows 95 or VMware being fucky as usual. We've had so many like VMware issues over the last 2 days. Yeah, let's just try that again. All right, let's go back and just redo it because I feel like that's gonna be a temporary thing. Yo, 150 bits.
Cheer 150. This one goes out to everyone having length issues with their bits.
Thanks for the 150 bits, Whiskey Tuesday. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. I'm fairly certain I... Alright, anyway. Let's try it again. This time it crashed again. Yeah, it's like there's memes, of course, always. Yo, 1,000? No way.
Cheer 1000, not me. Whiskey.
Indeed. Fart with reverb. What really concerns me is that it's supposed to only, like, you're supposed to do the redeem, and that like adds one fart with reverb, and then it's supposed to decrement, and then you're supposed to keep redeeming, and then like the more you redeem it, the more it happens, but then it like depletes eventually. But what seems to happen instead is it seems to just, as soon as it's on forever. The thing is, I know I've had this happen. I know I've been able to do this before. Like, So this earlier version, hang on, I'll run an earlier version of my installer real quick. Yeah, here's an earlier version of the installer, which successfully runs all the GAC-utils. Well, except when it doesn't. Hang on, wait. Wait. Yeah. Okay. And what of the new one I just made? No? Okay. Both times it finished. So, I have some great news. And by great news, I mean terrible news. I didn't explain what I was doing, but basically, you remember how I had to install the USB supplement for .NET to work? Well, the .NET supplement may also break the installer. So this is, okay, this is installing with it, again. And then it like hangs. It like does dumb shit. But I go back to the state before the USB supplement. So this is no USB supplement, okay? And this is my new installer. Finishes just fine. So, I think the moral of the story is I would like to kill myself in Minecraft, obviously. Yeah, you have to install USB after. I'm just saying that like that just makes everything fucking complicated. So I know, yeah, so obviously what we need to do is now we need to install the USB supplement. Like now that it's installed correctly. Does my, yeah, no, so all my shit still doesn't work. But if I go ahead and install the USB supplement, then it should work. Hang on, I'll put a rebuilder on the desktop so we can compare. God, this is so complicated. Okay, so it doesn't work. We expected that because we don't have the supplement installed. We install the supplement real quick. Which requires me to copy these to the desktop, and then it requires me to reboot into safe mode. Yeah, I could add it to the installer. Sucks for anyone who already has it installed, though. That might be an issue. But it's GAC-util specifically that's struggling. So maybe more reverse engineering is required to like figure out how it all works. Yeah, we can check for it. I mean, but what are they going to do? They can't exactly... I don't know if you can really uninstall the supplement because it like fucks around with system settings so much, or system files. It replaces the virtual memory manager. It replaces kernel 32. It does a bunch of like dumb shit. Gotta write my own GAC-util. I think, in fairness, I think there are alternative GAC-utils I could use. Could look into at some point. But I want to get this published, so I think no matter what, we'll get this published in its current state. Yeah, and then we'll just go from there. Moral of the story is 9X is flawless. Absolutely flawless. Yeah, good times. To wait for this damn bullshit ass scan disk to end. Alright. Microsoft USB support is installed. We were pondering this a little bit earlier that, like, yeah, look at all the bullshit it does with VXD, the VMM32.vxd. It, like, patches the hell out of it. Anyway. And now Rebuilder works. Cool! Wonderful! Love it! Yeah, so it would appear that the USB supplement makes some stuff work, but it breaks GakuTil, I guess. If I have where's my tiny test? This is so small, it just prints hello world. In fact, I need to run it from... Yeah, so as far as I can tell, all my .NET stuff works. This was I might need to close this out there. Oh. I wonder, oh, well. Wait, it said VXD again, didn't it? What did this do with VMM32.vxd? What has this done? Lego Island is abandonware, don't worry. Well, okay, so I think we're just gonna need to reset it. That was strange, but alright. Yeah, so this is a cool little tool. All it does is in C#, it just reads the OS information and prints it on the screen. But that does mean we get to prove that we are running Windows 95 and C#. Here we go. Yeah, this is the other tool I found. So anyway, the window size. Yeah, I didn't like set the window size properly or anything like that. Okay, well. So currently, that's the solution. I will test it on PCM later on, because that like emulates the CPU more properly. But like even so, like the fact is it works for the most part. It's just kind of odd that you need to run the supplement afterwards. Ancient version of C#. Well, it's still officially supported, so. It is old. It's from 2005, but it's not as old as you might think. It just works. Well, I also have to patch the. So, if you're wondering why this exception keeps occurring, this app explains. Hang on, I'll try to close this first because it won't let me close it without like terminating it. This app explains why. It's because whenever something happens in the window, hang on, when it says 5, it'll explain. It's because it's trying to call a function called notify win event in user32, and that doesn't exist. So I've already done this. In fact, you know, I can even just do it now. Oh, I accidentally opened it twice. So if I go into, it's another VMware graphics driver moment. The binaries on the Rebuilder page bundled with a copy of... Okay, so there's a little bit of a misconception, I think. We rewrote Rebuilder in C++ so it would work on Windows 95 by itself. The only reason I'm doing this now is because I thought, wouldn't it have been great if I didn't have to do that the first time? So if you download Rebuilder today, you don't need .NET at all. But you know, maybe we'll go back to a .NET version because MFC is really hard to write code in. But yeah, so that's the that's the Rebuilder situation. Technically, Rebuilder doesn't need .NET at all. I'm using an old .NET version of Rebuilder because that was what I originally wrote it in. But we rewrote it because back then there was no .NET patch. When was Notify Win Event added? 98? I think it might have been either 98 or NT4. One of those for sure. It's definitely in 98, but it might have also been in NT4. Okay, yeah, what I was going to do was... I've already patched some of these for stuff like that. So if I go into assembly... God, I hate how Windows 95 does this by default. Okay, so anyway... So yeah, if I go to windows.forms and I hijack this DLL with one of my own, here we go, a patched one, where I basically just nopped the notify win event function. I basically, so instead of it trying to call user32, I just replace it with an empty function. And it doesn't really matter because this notify win event is just for like Windows 95 is not going to do anything with that event, so there's no real point in having it. Now, we don't get that exception, it works a lot better. There are still things I need to patch. This is not the only one, but this is one of the most prominent ones. Make that a snapshot? No, I think it's fine. It would be interesting to do this in PCM, which I should have a disk image ready for that, just to see how much of the knowledge here applies there. Like, do we really need USB supplement, or is that, you know, something that's only for this? I don't know. We'll see. NT4 after a service pack. Okay, makes sense. Because .NET, the earliest version of .NET, like .NET 1.0, was on NT4 and 98 second edition. This version we're using now, 2.0, is only 98 second edition. They dropped NT4. 98 second edition, it's the last version to support 98 second edition as well. So I figured that, you know, you may as well backport the newest version that supports somewhere close to what you're targeting. That's kind of why I chose this one. It wasn't in 98 first edition. I don't know about Notify Win Event, but I don't believe .NET ever supported first edition. Whether that's for this reason or not, I have no idea. All of this just works. Well, not yet. It still requires more patching, but we're kind of, everything works in like C# land. No, everything works as far as like the just-in-time compiler, the virtual machine, all of that. So like C# is running, or the intermediate language, MSIL, is running. There's just some patches we need to make in C# itself. Press run. I don't think it's gonna... I think it's going to crash because it's gonna have another issue with a missing function. I believe what it's missing is get long path name, which I think I did implement that myself. But we need to edit the C# to point to my DLL instead of kernel 32. But yeah, like I said, there's certainly still functions that are missing. Yeah, so there's certainly still some stuff in this stuff we need to patch out still, but yeah. Otherwise, it mostly works. Lego on this install? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I even installed Lego. That's why it's coming up with a dialogue being like, where is Lego Island? Well, I should push this stuff, I think, in case anyone really wants to try it, but but I should get this patched system.windows.forms in there as well, because that notify win event exception is pretty fucking annoying. it like breaks a lot of stuff, so I should put that in too. So, I think I'm almost ready to push this out. You can see that it's not exactly a one-click solution yet. Like, you might, depending on how this goes, you might need to fuck around with The USB supplement. Again, we'll try it in PCM and see how much of that is exclusive to VMware, but we'll find out. Would Lego Island run? It would run, yes. Lego Island is not a hard game to run. It supports software rendering, so you don't need like you don't need any like real graphics or anything like that. Okay, so so I wanted to get one last thing in here before I push it out. All right, done. So yeah, all I want to do is just make sure that here we go. All I want to do is make sure that this DLL gets installed first and foremost, because we need to. We really, I think that's a really critical exception that we need to patch out. And from there, we will need to write it to the correct directory. Oh, this has to come after the gacutils. Unless we can gacutil this. I wonder if we can. I'm actually gonna try that real quick. So if I... It's gonna be a little dodgy, but if I make this like .old and put in mine. Oh yeah, for some reason .old files are hidden in Dolphin, I don't know why. And then make another one. What diff tools are used? We basically wrote our own. You can find them in the repository. Does USB stuff apply to USB support added in OSR 2.x? Yes, I believe it's the same. Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just gonna satisfy a curiosity of mine real quick, which is if I revert to a blank slate snapshot. If I just force it to gacutil my patch DLLs to begin with, that might save us a lot of time. Alright, let's try it. Force it to gack. We're all gacking off right now, alright? If you're not gacking off at home, you're not a true fan. Look at all this gacking action. All this gaction, alright? Ah, damn it. Okay, so yeah, we can't. I had a feeling we can't because it's a bit BM to try and do that. So we'll be a little bit more severe with it, I think. I'm about to gack. True. Me too. Alright, well, in that case, let's take a look at, let's undo that. I had a feeling that wasn't going to do anything, so. And, I think it's because someone was telling me earlier that these DLLs are like checks. They've got like digital signatures and stuff like that. So if you like tamper with them, it's not going to appreciate that none too much. Okay. But that doesn't mean we can't like tamper with them afterwards. And I know this works because we just did it. So basically after gakutil, install patched MSIL DLLs. So I guess basically what we want to do is, yeah, just really, it's so, yeah, okay. Hang on. Yes, just need to find the exact directory of this. It is set out path. That is correct. Winder / assembly / put that over here. gac msil / system.windows.forms / Jesus, this is going to be a pain to write out. Hang on. 2.0.0.0 underscore B7A, oh, B7A 5C 561934E089. And then we install a file at / msil / system.windows.forms.dll. It should do it. Should be all right. Oh yeah, we did look at Linux in Scratch a little while ago. That's some wild shit. I guess, you know, that's the power of Linux and a programming language with just enough that you can pull everything off in it. Just gonna double check I got this name right. It's not windows.forms. Oof, get that out of the way. 2.0.0 underscore B77A5 C 561934E089. Okay. In theory, that should load in our patched MSIL immediately. So I'll remake that. We'll jump back over to 95 real quick. And I... Oops. Oh, that was weird. It was like delayed. I jumped to a different save state. Let's go back to blank state real quick. Blank state pre USB supplement, which somehow fucks with the kernel and the virtual memory manager, and that leads to .NET changing in bizarre ways. That's what we've learned so far. Like I said, I'm definitely going to get this out today. But it won't be perfect today, okay? So just be prepared for that. There'll be things I'll want to change about it. Alright, so... yeah, hopefully we get our... if everything goes well, then we'll get our patched system Windows forms in there. Windows.forms. Yep, this looks like our patched one. It's got all the right dates on it. Okay, so with that being said, Rebuilder will not work yet because we don't have the supplement. So I guess we'll go ahead and install that. But yeah, if that's all good, I think we're ready to put this out. Yeah. Again, it's not going to be perfect. There's gonna be problems with it. There already are problems with it, you can see, like stuff that I haven't patched yet, but it'll be okay. And yeah, we will try. I don't know. Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't try that today. Maybe I'll try that next time, or like off stream. Try it with PCM to see what it would be like on a more native experience. Thinking about patching it to add networking over a janky serial interface. Holy shit! Kind of lost inspiration because Gen 2 doesn't support RISC-V32. You see where I wanted to go? I'm sure I can imagine what you would want to do. Yeah. Are you winning, son? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, right. I forgot the scan disk always... This scan disk, probably because it's running in VMware, always fails. Unless you run it in safe mode. Nothing is working for me tonight. VMware wasn't recognizing the external floppy drive, so I tried using a Linux machine. The disk showed up in FDisk, but when I tried using DD, it said the disk didn't exist. Man, I love operating systems. Aren't they great? Isn't technology wonderful? Yeah, I get that feel. It's okay. And while this is happening, I might, in my VM, I might throw together a quick CI. .github workflows, and yeah, let's make something. It's just a nice little auto builder, so that it'll do the shit automatically. So for this, I always use my previous projects because it's just easier. All right, name, build on, push. Yeah, we'll take pull request as well. Jobs, build is on Windows latest. Steps, users, actions. Actually, why am I typing this out? That's Windows 95 finishing. Here we go. So we run a checkout, pretty standard stuff. Oh, I guess we will want CMake. And then, because there's like a 3-step process to this. Oh, but actually, we got it down to 2 steps because the patches are done on in the installer. So build wrappers, shell. I'd rather use bash, but this might cause problems. Let's see. So I guess what we want to do is just run cd wrappers, vector build, cd build, cmake dot. Oh, and we need to build it with an old version of MSVC. So actually we'll need to do this, because that will ensure that it will run on Windows 95. Okay. Alright, yeah, I think honestly we'll just like copy everything from here. So we will need it to be in CMD. Call that. CD wrappers, make the build. It's not important to do this because I kind of wrote it into the CMake thing, but it's okay. Cool. Now, build installer. Fine, I'll keep using CMD. I hate CMD, but whatever. Oops, didn't need to do that. So I guess it would be cd setup, and then make insys. I might need to download insys as well. Actually, we'll see. They might have it installed. .NET 95.NSI. And then at the end, we'll just release. We'll just post some releases. Upload, yeah. Upload. Oh yeah, this does an interesting thing. So here we upload the artifact. Okay. And it would be setup/.net95.exe. And it's not called accuracy report, it's called... I guess I'll just call it setup. And then we will upload a continuous release, but only if... only if it's not a pull request, because otherwise that will cause a lot of problems. There we go. Cool. Cool. Alright, and we're only uploading setup/.net95.exe. Alright, that should be a pretty straightforward auto builder. Gonna go to bed. Have a good rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy sleeping and whatnot. That's probably what I should do pretty soon. Actually, no, I should get some dinner soon. It's just me, or is the GitHub Actions syntax super weird? Feel like I was hitting a bunch of dumb roadblocks when I was crafting up some. It is weird. I mean, I think it's just YAML, right? But I don't know. I agree that it's like not the most intuitive thing to write. I've kind of gotten used to it over time. I think that's everything. Yeah, the only question mark is will we have nsys, and for that matter, will we have the right version of nsys? In which case, maybe it would be good to download it. I think we can just do a wget setup nsys. Sure. Assume that works. I guess I'll try it. Did that work? Yes, it did. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll do this just because I need a specific version. I think I need a very specific version. Okay. So what happens if what happens exactly when I do this? Okay, cool. What if here's a question. If I'm in the root of and I run make nsys, does the resulting file end up in the root? No, it doesn't. I don't think. Well, we'll see. Maybe it will at the end. No. It's here. Okay. Interesting. In that case, yeah, what I might do, instead of this, I'll do / and then, yeah, do it like that, because then it'll still end up in the setup folder, so these will still be right. Yeah, that should work. And I might even make it a... This might be making it a little bit too complicated, but I think this will work. Because this is used everywhere, so... Oh, this is CMD actually. Fuck it. You know what? I'm just not even gonna bother. Who cares? I think that'll be good. I think that'll work. Hopefully I have 95 in time for the completed build. Yeah, hopefully. You can let me know how it works, because I've only tested it in this one setup, so... Oh yeah, we were gonna look at this and say... So we just finished the USB supplement... Or did we? Did I not do it at all? Well, now I'm confused. To be fair, I wasn't paying much attention to this. Ah, we need to exclude the build folder as well. Oh, I renamed it, yeah. Just checking over my handiwork. Most of this is just the original files. Alright, let's test it. Let's test it. I guess I'll say, should be finalized installer. And we'll see. Sorry. Oh, you couldn't see that. I was just committing to the committing and pushing. What is .NET and why am I backporting it? If I wrote a little post on Patreon. Don't worry, it's public. You don't need to pay for it. Which kind of goes into a little bit of why and how I'm doing this. Let's check out how the how that CI is going, because it never works the first time. I do know that much. We'd be porting .org next. You know, that was a real missed opportunity for Mono to, like, that they didn't call themselves .org. .sex! That's true! For Bill Gates .sex. H2 Overdrive. You're gonna hate me for saying this, but I don't think I'm in the mood to play a game after this, but let's say next time let's do it first thing. I won't be caught up on any .NET stuff next time. I think because I'll be finished with this. Quick Shrek run with the boys. No, not today. Wow, it failed on the insist stuff. Soon, yes. Yeah. Well, I'll make it a thing that I will not be I'll not be doing .NET stuff next time. Oh, we don't have wget. I think I remember how this works. I think we do have wget, but it's not in the path, so it has to be like... Unless it's in... Okay, I've definitely done this before. Maybe I've done it in the Olive. I've definitely used wget before. Or not. Or maybe I did it in Lego Island Rebuilder. Where did I use wget? Huh. Maybe we never used it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay, cool. We got it. So I just need to... There we go. Use absolute path to wget. I'll decomp. Yeah. You were right. Don't steal the work of the Olive devs. It's GPL, all right. That means it's open source and I can use it. Fuck those guys, all right. What did they ever do for me? How many bits to bribe you to play? I don't know. I don't know. But I'll definitely do. Like, I can guarantee. I'll make it a thing to do it next time. When you win, W, get! You know, I have to say I have to point something out. This is not my discovery, okay? This is I saw someone else post this, but then I drove through it and I was like, fucking lol. I believe Barstow. So you guys know I drove to Vegas for TwitchCon this weekend. Well, you're driving along I-15. Gosh, where? Hang on, this might have been a mistake to just try and bop down a man and see if I could find him manually. Don't dox yourself. Don't worry. Not only do I not have any of my Google accounts signed in, nor am I have any address on here, I am also running this through a VPN so they can't geolocate me. I've thought about this. I've thought this through. I've specifically set this up so I'm allowed to go to Google Maps. Because I like to show geography sometimes. Pegman. Oh yeah, you're right. Alright, so we keep driving along here. Oh wait, how's this going, by the way? While we're waiting. Man, imagine living on L Street. Classic. Good times. It failed. What did it fail in this time, eh? Don't need to imagine. Good times, good times. 404? How in the name of God is that a 404? We literally tried it on stream. Like, I literally did it just now. Like, here, I can run this exact command right now. And I get a file out of it. I do not get a 404. Well, unless something changed in the last minute or so. Wait, did something change in the last minute or so? Hang on, wait. Is this not? What if I don't have a percent encoded space in there? Weird. All right. Has SourceForge just gone down today? Like just in the last couple of minutes? L Street, yeah, I didn't even get to that. L Street and W Main Street on the same sign. What a fantastic place to be. It does not always work. And we literally tested this, like... Yeah, we literally just tested this and it worked, but... Yeah, maybe we need a little bit more. Honestly, who the hell uses SourceForge in this day and age? Can I get an amen? Like, who's using this shit? Could you rehost it? I guess I could just put it in the repo. That's probably, honestly, we've put so much shit in this repo, it probably is like the easiest thing to do. How big is it? 5 meg? Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Alright, maybe I'll just put it in the repo. Whoever uses it probably lives on L Street. True! Yeah, I think I might just put it in here, like, fuck it, you know. Yeah, okay. Easy. Alright, whatever. Whatever. Setup slash insist slash that slash... Yeah, that should be fine. I wonder how much of this is not necessary. That's fine, whatever. Include insist. I wouldn't. I feel like I wouldn't ordinarily do that. It's just that we already include the whole .NET installer and the whole Internet Explorer 5 installer. So SourceForge used to be really good in the golden old days for GitHub. Yeah, I mean it used to be like the go-to site, but it honestly it was always like this. It's just that better stuff has come along and we're spoiled by it, you know. I don't know how many bits. Make an offer. But like I said, I'm just kind of tired. Like I said, I can guarantee next time. So yeah. This is my first time here on stream. Hello, thank you for cool content. Hey, thanks for watching the content. I thought SourceForge was a malware site for the longest time. I can see why. No, yeah, I mean it was fine. It had a, you know, it just wasn't as It is. No, it isn't. Like, it's in theory, it's equivalent to GitHub. Like, you have a source code area. It was based around, I guess, Subversion. Yeah, just way better stuff has come along. So, yeah. It was for a bit? Is that true? I didn't know that. Alright, so at least we got past that stage. Yeah, like I said, it never works the first time, and as it never works the first 3 times, honestly. What the fuck? Oh, alright. I'm using shitty CMD, which means I have to swap these all around. Got it. Never trusted anything from SourceForge? Damn. Like, a lot of open source stuff used to be on there. Like, Audacity used to be on there. Nsys is still on there. A lot of perfectly legitimate open source projects were on SourceForge for a long time. But I'm talking like 2007, you know? My actions log was a bloodbath. Yeah. It would be nice if you could run this locally, but I remember looking into it, and I think GitHub doesn't offer that. Some other continuous integration services offer running these locally, but yeah, not GitHub, I don't think. I used to think they were just mirroring it without permission. Yeah, no, they were in fact. Well, I mean, there are sites that do that, you know. If you go to like Softpedia, I don't know, Audacity. Yeah, here we go. I mean, I can see why you'd be like, well, it doesn't look all that different, right? It looks like the same sort of thing. Yeah. They actually do offer, it's called self-hosted runners, but I don't know if they would match the Actions environment one-to-one. Yeah, I remember something. I do remember reading something about self-hosted runners, but like, I remember it wasn't quite what I was looking for. Should I just make this my banner on... What's my current banner on Twitter? Oh, it's the Windows 95. I might make this my my banner. This is because it's kind of funny. There's File Hippo. I think that's another Softpedia where they're just like mirroring other files. But I mean, yeah, they're all roughly equivalent. Oh, it's actually almost done. It just wasn't updating. That's cool. That's always fun. Love that. Custom write a script to run every month on something. What for? This runs every push, so this will run every time like a change is made. What is that one that looks like it didn't get updated in forever? Major Geeks? Oh yeah! Yeah, this one still has the like 2007 website design on it. Honestly, not like there's anything wrong with that. It's just that's what it looks like. Classic, yeah. It's done now? Okay, it's done. Did we actually get a release? No, we didn't get a release, interestingly enough. I'm not signed into GitHub's here, so I can't like look at the logs. Oh, but we did get a setup here. So we got a build artifact, but it didn't. Oh, it wasn't. It skipped the. Oh, it's because I copied it too directly. It literally says isle/isledecomp/isle. No, that's not the repository this time. Okay. Now we'll get a release. I would rather this than the confusing SourceForge UI. Yeah, I mean, there is certainly. I would agree that I'd rather something look old than something that they fuck up the UI to the point where you can't even see how to do what you want anymore. Yeah, so definitely. I can't believe you live here. I live on L Street. No way. Yeah, well, to be fair. God, imagine being in this house and being like, yep. another fine day on L Street. Good times. Good times. Anyway, yeah. It's true. This is actually my house over here. Actually, that wouldn't be on L Street, would it? That's somewhere else. Let me get that 3D on. I always like the 3D. L Street. Oh, they don't actually have... Oh, they do. Yeah, it's just... I thought they didn't have 3D for a while. It's actually just that flat. What's this? 100 bits?
Cheer 100. How many bits to bribe you to play H2 Overdrive for?
Well, you've already sent some bits. Like I said, I have no idea. I've already answered this 3 times. I have no idea.
H2 Overdrive for 15 minutes tonight.
Alright, you know what? I'll do a poll. I'll do a poll, and if the poll says play H2 Overdrive, I'll play it. A full year's salary. Yeah, what about fund Olive's development for the next few years? No, I'm just kidding. Didn't think doxing people would be a requirement for publishing .NET patch. I mean, it's not doxing people if we don't actually know who lives there. It's only doxing if we match up their address with a name or like with an identity. I mean, because like the houses exist. You can go to any house in the world. But otherwise, you're correct. I love how I looked at this and I was like, oh, they don't have the 3D models for this yet. No, they do. It's just that flat. It actually is 3D and looks like this. All right, well, anyway. Good times, good times. Anyway. Good times. I love L Street. What? It failed this time? Nani? It failed on uploading the continuous release, but why? Oh no, I have to check over here where I'm logged in. Oh, I actually retrieve, that's another dumb mistake of mine. I didn't actually retrieve upload dosh. Need to grab that from here. That's definitely how you spell GitHub. This is what I want. And I need the raw download of it. Another fantastic place to use wget. Oh, but we need oh, but we also need bash for this, so... shell, bash. Missed the upload token. No, I have the right token, it's more just I didn't download the script. I think that'll work. And I think because we're using bash, we don't need to have a absolute path to wget. Yeah, Fraps is broken, I don't know what's going on there. Never have known. Sometimes it just does that. Because it's Windows, I assume we won't have to do this, the enabling execution on the permissions. Okay. WinWorld PC good? Yeah, it is. It does. It's not the most encouraging user interface, but yeah, WinWorld has always been pretty good. Actually, download upload tool. Maybe. Perhaps I remember that. Hang on, yeah, if I it would torch everyone's additions, but if I refresh the overlay, it'll fix it. I don't know why. I've never like looked at it through the console to see why it comes up with Sinfinity. Fraps remembers you too. Aw, cute. It's because 2 people redeem it. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. I can probably actually fix that real quick. Overlay. Let's take a look. I'll do this off stream while we're waiting for the this to finish. Yeah, you are indeed correct. It requests too many animation frames. I think that's correct. So tell you what, let's. I'm gonna refresh my overlay. Yeah, so if you guys want to try the Fraps overlay again, try doing it twice at once, see if we can get it to work. Or see if it'll break again. 5 infinity! Seems alright. Nice. Hey, thanks for pointing that out for me. That was very helpful. It looks like it failed again. What did it fail on this time? Why did I fix it? Damn, not 5 infinity. Oh, so it doesn't pick up the wget. I do actually have to make an absolute path to it. That's unfortunate. Oh, well, it would just kind of, I feel like, you know what? Maybe I could do H2 Overdrive, because I'm just kind of fucking around waiting for this stuff to happen at this point. So maybe there's kind of nothing stopping me at this point. I'm very sorry, I'll keep my mouth shut next time. Yeah. No more disrespect to 5 infinity, alright? I didn't think we needed this, but okay. I did not forget to install wget, I just thought we didn't need the absolute path because we were already in bash. Did someone make a... Oh no, someone commented. I thought someone made a pull request. I was like, already? What's this? 100 bit.
100 wow. Went to the gym, came back, and you're still streaming. Bravo, Mato.
Thanks, man.
100 wow.
I am trying to stream.
Went to the gym, came back, and you're still streaming. Bravo, Mato.
I'm trying to stream longer just because I feel like it helps to, I think streaming helps to spend more time with the audience when you're streaming, and you get to cover more time zones the more hours you stream in a day. Is the thing actually showing real FPS, or is it just an animation? So the answer is it's kind of both. It's showing the real FPS, but the problem was the FPS of this is so consistent that all it would do is show 60 the whole time, and I felt like that was boring. So every frame it adds like a slight wobble to the frame rate, so it will sometimes go down to 59. So it's yeah, somewhere in between. It's mostly accurate and a little bit of animation to make it a bit more fun. Bravo Matto sound like Bra Momento. Thanks, Sam. Always coming up with some solid pronunciations. Just wait until Twitch allows 120 FPS streaming. Yeah, I mean, back when I streamed 30 FPS, it would show 30. Yeah, 120 FPS would be fun. Feel bad for me? No. Damn it, really? Why this time? Cannot figure out the release URL for continuous. Ugh. Alright, well, hang on. Yeah, I think I need these as well. Yeah. Well, at least wget is working now, that's good. Yeah, so this is exactly what I use in Lego Island Rebuilder and it works. So hopefully, this will work too. Pretend we're on Travis, because that's basically what that does. Oh, they do let you support, they do let you stream more than 60. Wild. That would be interesting. I don't know, like... To think of how quick that is. Like, 120 FPS. Oh, we're in Hex. Eight milliseconds per frame. Like, so you have to do... Your computer has to do everything it usually does, plus encode a video in real time, and each frame cannot take more than 8 milliseconds, plus everything else that your computer is doing, plus, you know, encoding the audio. It's kind of wild to think of how quick that is. 1080p 5 infinity, true! It's about time, yeah. Okay, Yorona can do math, right? You don't need to... I guess you're right. I don't know, I like having a real calculator. So like, what would I have typed in? 1000 divided by 120, yeah. Yeah, so it can be done. I did know that, but I don't know, it just isn't in my muscle memory. I've been opening up calculators for like my whole life. Like even on Windows, I went start and then typed in calc and pressed enter. So it's just muscle memory from a long time ago. The human eye can't stream more than 120 FPS. I feel like every time someone says that, it's proven to be false. Try calc. Is that real? I guess so. Oh wow, it really does look like Windows 10. Alright, I guess I could. I assume it's already in here. Oh, okay, well, I hope these aren't a problem. Oh yeah, I haven't, it's probably just because I haven't updated in a long time. Do I want to do it now? Probably not. I'll do it later. I just tried with Windows and it went as well as you think it would. Excellent. Fucking again? So what doesn't it like this time? Still, cannot figure out URL for continuous. Well, alright, well. Can't argue with that, I guess. Oh, my bad. It still says Lego Island Rebuilder. I did exactly the same fucking bullshit again, yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm tired. Oh yeah, you mentioned that earlier. I don't know. I can't read all of the messages. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting here reading messages the whole time. Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully this will be the one, yeah. Yeah, I saw that they suffixed them on my... I think on my host system, but this is... I haven't updated this in a minute. Yeah, alright. Upgrade stream, why not? Yup. Oh, I do remember this happening. Ugh. I remember running into this before. I think it's something to do with GitHub Desktop. I guess I'm kind of using it right now. Alright, never mind. No upgrade stream. Huh. What do you guys think Plasma 6 is gonna be like? Oh yeah, for QT6, that makes sense. Are there any like screenshots of it? Yeah, well, I'll probably end up using it, sure. These action names are amazing. You know, sometimes when you have your own repo and you don't have to worry about like a whole team, sometimes you just write what you feel. A lot of improvements for Wayland. Ah, that's important, yeah. That'd be nice. Desktop. Let's take a look at this. I mean, this looks pretty much the same, but I could see some differences in those other screenshots we were looking at. That it's it seems a little bit more like refined, and seem like they have more transparency effects. Alright, what's wrong this time? Same exact error. All this could be solved if workflows could be ran locally. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess they kind of, sort of can, but like, I don't know. Get good. True. Do I wasn't... hang on. Yeah, okay. So... yeah, so I was just looking this up. At the start of each workflow job, GitHub automatically creates a unique GitHub token secret to use in your workflow. You use the GitHub token to authenticate in the workflow job. Yeah, so... in theory, this should be working. Yeah, it always feels like it takes too much work to set up. That just testing with GitHub is easier. Yeah, that's kind of what I found, I think. For that sounds about right from memory. Just trying to make sure I didn't do anything ridiculous here. No, I mean... it looks the same to me, except I used curl there instead of wget, but that shouldn't make a difference. What does it say? Cannot figure out the release URL. Well, it's a script, so you can just look at it. Cannot figure out. Alright. If git underscore commit does not equal tag sha, I don't know what that means. What's that? I guess that's the question. Yeah, I don't. We shouldn't need the Travis stuff, honestly. So if it's not running on, no, if it's running on. Oh, that's a new thing. It's running on GitHub Actions. We should have GitHub token as a environment variable. We do. Here, if git underscore commit does not equal target commit char. Oh, where does this come from? Where do these come from? Git commit good. Wasn't there a variable to dynamically change? Yeah, this is it. It's a GitHub underscore token, it seems. I don't know how this happened. Authentication is always such a pain. Why can't we just promise to be nice and not secure anything? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so in theory, we have GitHub token that, which we have in env, and then wget-c, that's what I used, and then upload. I used bash, but it shouldn't make a difference. I mean, am I dumb? Can I not just not see what's different between these two? Good luck, bud. Gonna get going. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. Alright, well, maybe magically it'll work now. Let's just try it now. No longer pretend to be on Travis. Let's just see if it works now for no reason at all. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on here. Oh, that's strange. Ah, here it is. It's just a little bit further ago than I thought. This is strange. Alright, here we go. Back to GitHub desktop, Node.js is apparently got kicked out of... Yeah. I've run into that before and I was like... I was able to fix it, I think by just like uninstalling GitHub desktop and reinstalling it. So I'll probably do the same sort of thing, but like not while I'm using it. I'll do it like later on off stream. Well... Sadly... I guess not. Like, the issue it's having is cannot figure out the release URL for continuous. And according to the script, it gets set somewhere around here, but like, I don't know. What does it say? Do they really have dev builds of Whistler? Who? Like, The world? Yeah, there have been leaked builds of Whistler. Oh, Windworld. If Windworld has something, then yeah, I think it's then I don't think you can reasonably I don't think you should reasonably assume that anything on there is not legitimate. I mean, but if you want actual betas, you should go to Beta Archive. Don't you have to create a continuous release? I've never had to do that in the past. I've used this on like 5 different repos and I've never had to manually create a continuous release. But maybe that changed. Like, I've never had to do that before. Alright, here we go. Designed to be called from Travis CI after a successful build. By default, the script will delete any pre-existing release tagged with continuous. Tag the current state with the name continuous. Yeah, so it's supposed to make a tag automatically. Create a new release with that name and upload the specified binaries there. For pull requests, it'll upload the binaries to transfersh.com. Alright, so... It's also possible to use the script with GitHub Actions. The GitHub token is already available in the main branch, but it needs to be passes as an environment variable to the script. Yeah, so I mean, I feel like I'm using it correctly, but I don't know. I love the vibes of chill beats, occasionally interrupted by frustrated sighs while I build my Minecraft sugarcane farm. That is kind of what this is, and I How are you guys feeling out there? How's everyone else enjoying the lo-fi beats with the occasional Alright, that's basically what's happening. I mean, you guys can get it. Like, if you have a GitHub Actions account, you can download this artifact that it uploaded here. So if you want to try it out, you can. It's just... It really should be, like... This shouldn't be a problem, basically. What if I do use curl instead of wget? Could it be that dumb? I don't know. I'm just throwing shit at the wall at this point. Great, I'm eating dinner, chilling while zoning out. Hell yeah. I need to get some dinner. I haven't eaten since the morning. Why Matt is streaming at this late? I'm trying to, well, 2 reasons. 1, we're like really close to being done. And 2, I'm kind of trying to stream a little bit longer than I used to, just because I think it helps. I think it helps to like streaming longer hours. I feel like builds a more of a like. I feel like something I felt during the Shrekathon, and I felt like it made things a little bit more. There was a better sense of like community and in jokes and stuff like that, because like we were hanging out for so long, and also I think it's good for it's good for like time zones to try and cover more time zones, because it's virtually impossible to cover all three parts or all three sections of the world that speak English. So it's good to like, I feel like it's good to, if you stream longer, you can kind of transition from one over to the next. Thanks to you taking a while, somehow I am now booting into 95. That's one good thing about this. Hell yeah. Thanks for streaming in the middle of the day in Aussie land. Gotcha, fam. Yeah, that's kind of just, yeah, I'd like to be able to cover more time zones. And also it's fun, you know, it's fun to, I liken the Shrekathon to kind of being on a really intense vacation where it's a lot of fun, but also really tiring. But what you remember about it is that it's really fun. So yeah, I'm not trying to say that it's like I'm streaming long hours because I have to. No, not at all. It's because I think it's because it just kind of makes sense, I think. Fucking oath. True. Yo, Matt, could you shut the fuck up? Yeah. You've been telling me to do that for my whole life. I really wish I knew why this wasn't working. Like, I guess maybe I will just create a continuous release just for no fucking reason. Like, this is the first time I've had to do it ever, but you know, maybe that's what it needs from me. I need to create a continuous tag, and then I need to create a, yeah. Create new tag on publish, yeah. Why does this not work? Why am I clicking create new tag and it doesn't do it? Skill issue? Yeah, thanks for the input. I appreciate that. Actually, I have no idea what you're working on, but I'm rooting for you. I'm literally just trying to make this one script work that I've gotten working so many times before, and it just doesn't work this time for no reason. No release tag exists. No, this is supposed to create the release tag. Oh, like, yeah, as far as like, well, I wish I could show you. So I'm trying to, when I try to create a release on GitHub manually, it's like, choose a tag. And I'm like, all right, well, create a new tag. And it's like, no, it just doesn't, it like actually doesn't do anything when I click it. So there's definitely something wrong with that. And then this tool, this script, is supposed to, like, in its documentation and in every time I've used it, it's supposed to tag the current state with continuous and create a new release with that name, and delete any existing release with continuous. So, like, I don't know. As far as I know, like, I've done exactly what they did. Some kind of permissions issue, maybe? Maybe. I mean, this token, shouldn't this token like have the right permission? But I have no idea at this point. If I can't create the tag manually. Yeah, well, that might just be because I don't make a lot of tags, so like that could actually be a skill issue, but like, all right, so how do I GitHub make a tag? How do I do that? All right, from the web interface. Does it have to be a? Does it have to be a pre-release? Do I have to tick that? Continuous. Oh, okay. I see. Alright, you know, I want to say that's 50% skill issue and 50% really unclear UI. So I was like, alright, I'll try to show this as best as I can. This is why I was getting caught up. So it's like create a new release, and I'm like, all right, well, it's supposed to be called continuous, so let's make a new release. And then it's like, no, you need to choose a tag. So I was like, all right, well, create a new tag. And I'm like, well, we don't have any, so yeah, create a new tag on publish. Oh, it doesn't do anything. That's weird. What if I go to the tags tab? Oh, I see. It's I'm supposed to create a new release. Oh, I'm back where I started. What I realize now is this is find or create. So I'm actually supposed to type the tag name in here, then I can go, yeah, so I get it now. It's like I said, I'm gonna call that 50% skill issue, 50% that was kind of unclear. Alright, release. I don't know what I call it after that. That issue through the first time. Well, I'm glad. Thanks for making me feel better about that. All right. Well, we'll just retry the build, I guess. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I've literally never had to do that before. So like, it's hard for me to imagine that. Oh, and I misspelled it as well. Fuck! I misspelled continuous. Hang on. All right, I'm deleting that. Delete tag, yeah. Oh wow, they added 7-zip support? I didn't know that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe something changed, but I'm rerunning it. We're gonna see. When is Windows gonna add like native ext4 file system support, huh? Alright, we're watching it. When Linux takes over, they already have like a whole Linux kernel in there, don't they? We thought about hiring Aussies, but now I'm not so sure. Damn. But what about the whole making .NET work before that? It was good up until that point, right? I gave Windows ext4 support by mounting a drive natively in WSL2 and then accessing the mountain windows. Huh. Yeah, so it should be possible to like pass that through, I feel like, in a more official capacity. They'll probably try to make Cortana FS first. I was, for a second, I was actually tempted to Google that. I feel like that can't be real. Yeah, I mean, WSL2 is cool. I just found that for me, I needed a bit more Lynx. Oh, and this didn't even do it. I have to do this one instead. I'll try to finish WinFS. Is that real? Which ones of these are real? Huh, okay. Ugh. Anyway. I made Ubuntu, but I had to suck it up and dual boot Windows for a new job. Damn. I have to say, I hate dual booting. So that's why I do GPU pass-through for everything. And I did, but I hate dual booting so much that it wasn't until I could do GPU pass-through until I could actually like consider maining Linux properly. Now it might be different. Now that I have like Premiere running in Wine and stuff like that, I might be able to main it without the pass-through. But at the time, it certainly needed the pass-through. Did you set up to auto-run ad breaks? No, but Twitch lets you like set your ad rate. So it's not the bot, but I did set a rate. Modern Premiere on Wine, yes indeedy. That actually works quite well. Still not working. Alright, well, I think I might give up for the night. I don't think I'm gonna get any further with this. I major trust issues after a lot of close malware run-ins. Yeah, don't worry about WinWorld. There are certainly a lot of sketchy sites out there, but yeah, not WinWorld. We were so close. Like, it's literally, honestly, if you have a GitHub account, you can download the artifact and try it out. Like, literally, it's right here, you can get it. It works. It's just like, it doesn't show here, which is where I wanted it to show. And I don't know why. I still don't know why. It's just fucked up for no reason. It's fucked up. That's the reason why. H2 Overdrive poll. Do I look like I have the energy to play video games right now? I think, like I said, I think we'll do that first thing next stream. We're making a GitHub action, generate a new tag and release. Maybe. I mean, like I said, I've never had to do that before. It's always just worked before. Any schedule? It's Wednesday night for me. I will definitely be on Friday. I might take tomorrow off, but I'll be definitely on. Here's what I'll say. Yeah, I think Friday. I don't know if I promised a poll. I said I suggested it, but like I said, first thing next stream we'll play some H2 Overdrive. Artifact uploading and automatic releasing is the worst part of GitHub Actions for real. Yeah, apparently, seems like it. Yeah, so I'll be back on Friday sometime around 12 PT, and the build crashed on upload continuous. Did it? Yeah, well. Anyway, yeah, so I'll be back on Friday. Probably by then I will have figured this out. It's probably just one of those things I just need to take a break from it and like I'll get it eventually. So yeah, I'll be back Friday 12 PT sometime around then, and we'll play some H2 Overdrive and we'll bum around. I think by then we'll be pretty much more or less done with the .NET stuff. I mean, there'll still be patches. Maybe we can play around with like some .NET apps and do that, but maybe we'll move on to something else as well on that day. Throw this link in the README? No, I feel like that's not a good idea because, like, firstly, you need a GitHub account, and I don't think it's very clear about that. And secondly, like, any further commits, I'd have to keep updating the README for that, to add the artifact, so For now, it can be a little secret. Be our little secret. Don't tell anyone that that you go to the artifacts tab and you can just download it. Yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys on Friday. Despite my low energy and low subdued demeanor, this was fun. I'm glad you guys hung out. I'm glad you guys had enjoyed. I'm glad you guys seem to enjoy this sort of thing. See if there's anyone to raid. Oh, my boy. Good friend of the stream, Tingle's Magic Words, actual childhood friend of mine. We met in school at the ripe old age of 13. He's a streamer, and yeah, he's good guy. Let's go raid him real quick. We'll actually join the raid this time if you wanna. Yeah, so thanks everyone for hanging out. Sorry we didn't get to H2 Overdrive today, but we'll get to it next time for sure. Unironically for sure. Alright, so yeah, that's it. Bye bye.